Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we'll be talking about a filmmaker. I feel like when we say filmmaker, we're talking about a filmmaker who is, in many ways, the definitive filmmaker. He's one of the first people that comes to mind for many, many people around the world the instant they hear the word filmmaker.
Or director.
He has been working in the film industry since age of 17. He has made films from each decade, actively since the 1970s, and he's still in action today, and his work is still beloved today.
Now, the great Steven Spielberg, is that his full name?
The great Steven Spielberg.
Steven Allen Spielberg?
Just Steven Spielberg. Right.
Alan. It's like what that dinosaur said. Alan.
We don't talk about that. That wasn't a Spielberg movie, by the way.
We're not going to talk about that. Yeah. No. There'll be many other things. So, for this episode, we're going to go through 32 of his films, which isn't all of them, but the main ones, the ones that we all... Most 30. Of it, I think I've seen all of them. I'm not sure, Evan, I don't think you managed to get through all of it, but that's okay.
I managed to get through all but 2 of them. So
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I am pretty caught up with his work.
What about you, Cody?
I've seen every single one except for his latest one that's in the theaters, but we can't see it in theaters because we're under another lockdown again. Great.
Yeah. In the context of Ontario, Canada, our listeners will understand. If you can go see his latest movie, I haven't seen it yet, but Lyle will get into that. But we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah, so, I managed to see it just yesterday, and I will talk about it in a couple hours. This is going to take a while.
Cool.
So we're going to start from... I guess we're going to start from the beginning. Does anyone have, any information of his background or his upbringing?
Well, I literally have... our playbook for tonight, I want to talk about the man himself, and my playbook to guide us through this episode tonight, gents, is actually Cody's Pop Talk episode on Denis Villeneuve. Because just the way he so eloquently established the man and how to talk about his work so succinctly, I feel like we're going to need that.
And we're also going to give a rating out of 10 for each of his works. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
I'm a Letterboxd addict, so that's right up my alley.
Yeah. That's one of the few times peer pressure can be a good thing, because I'm starting to use Letterboxd more and more.
Yeah.
Is
it peer pressure or is it just a recommendation? Because there is a difference. Ultimately, it's your choice.
In the context of our relationship, it was peer pressure, but yeah.
Peer pressure is such an ugly word, Evan.
Yeah. Well, it's not like, hey, Evan, you gotta get Letterboxd. All the cool kids are doing it.
Yeah, you want to be cool.
Okay, so
I actually know quite a bit about his backstory. He was he grew up under a 50s sort of typical suburban household where his father worked a lot, his mother was a stay-at-home mom, and one day his father was like, "Hey, I'm taking you to see and all your sisters," because he comes from a household of 3 or 4 sisters. I think it's 4 sisters. He's the only boy in the house. His father said, "I'm going to take you, your mother, and all your siblings to the greatest show ever told." And he thought it was going to be
the greatest story ever told.
The greatest story ever told. And he thought it was going to be a circus or something like that. But when he gets inside and it's a dim room, and all of a sudden a projector starts to show a movie on the screen, that was his first introduction to what a movie was. And he's like, Dad, you lied to me. You told me this was going to be like a circus or something. Like he had no idea what he was in for, and that kind of like. And then since then, with films like It's a Wonderful Life and Lawrence of Arabia, like those were the movies that really spoke to him in terms of like how does a movie speak to you emotionally, and how can you tell stories like with grand, amazing visuals, and then that's sort of like the birthplate to his sort of love against with film. I never actually seen most of his like amateur films, but I do see a lot of behind the scenes on how he did some of his shorts, and some of them were very unique in terms of how he like worked around logistics. Like he made a 40-minute World War II film, and I know he would eventually go on to do like several World War II films, but even at an early age, he did a lot of really unique things where he would have his actors playing soldiers like run across like a dirty field, and he would have them step on almost like this little teeter-totter that was buried underneath some bushes, and on the other end of it near the ground was a bunch of dirt, so when they would step on like the topper half of it, it would look like all the dirt would just fly up into the air, and it would look like they got shot by like the bullets or the bombs. Like he had like a really nice spark at such a young age, and like his parents were very like caught off guard from how like his sort of sense, his intuitions and all of his craft was sort of forming at even just a young age, and he used his sisters a lot as actors in his shorts. Like he would do like that kind of creepy hand thing where you'd cast a shadow from across the room where it looks a lot bigger, and he'd film like his sisters in bed like going, no, like it was
wow.
It comes from like
that's pretty charming.
Yeah, it's really charming.
Yeah. It's so interesting to hear like how he's one of the few filmmakers that I know of that comes across as like, you know, a child prodigy. He like filmmaking was in his blood like from a young age. That's what I find so fascinating about this guy. Another thing that leading up to his teen years, the Hollywood he broke into was a different Hollywood back then, where there was so much room for creativity, and he changed and influenced a lot of the trends that we see today. I mean, I'll get into more detail about how that is once we talk about his directorial work, but whenever I talk about Spielberg, like, I do like to stress that our understanding of film, yours, mine, and Cody's, or anyone else who's listening to this and wants to get into movies, Spielberg helped form a lot of our understanding of what makes a movie great. And at
least on the end of Western culture, yeah.
In Western
American
culture, yeah.
Cinema.
Now, in terms of on the context of Western filmmakers, when I was looking over like all the director credits he has to his name, after Martin Scorsese, I can't think of any other filmmaker that has this many directorial credits, like on stuff they've done. Woody Allen, Steven Spielberg, and Martin Scorsese are probably...
He makes a movie like every goddamn year.
Yeah. Well, like my point exactly. So like, but yeah, no, like Spielberg, Woody Allen, and Scorsese are like the three filmmakers I think of when I think of, you know, directors that just keep constantly working. They're constantly adding to the film market as the film market evolves. And he, like, again, not to sound like a broken record, but he kind of shaped Western cinema into what it is today. Or if it wasn't all him, he was one of the filmmakers that was part of that influence.
I remember there was a story where it's like he and his friends like broke into a studio lot just on some random day, and he like just sat in an office with them, and people walked in. It's like, oh hey, you got these dailies out or something? Like they thought they actually worked there.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that was the story.
It was literally. I have heard that story before, or a variant of it. It was quite that simple. Like, it's one of those, if there's like some validity to that story, which I hope and suspect there is, then he literally just kind of faked it until he made it. So it was cool.
Yeah, like Frank Abagnale Jr.
Yeah.
We'll talk about him later.
So
can we get started?
Yeah, we got a lot of ground
to go. We have a long way to go.
We have a lot.
Let's kick it off.
So yeah, let's.
What was his first directorial debut?
Well, I'm looking at his directorial. People have actually debated what his directorial debut was. Technically speaking, the first feature he ever did was a feature film called Firelight, which was released in 1964. However, Firelight, it's very hard to apparently the movie's partially finished. It's very difficult to find copies of Firelight, so I was not able to watch it. And a lot of people don't regard this as his first film. His first directorial film that he ever made was a movie called Duel, but his first theatrical film that he directed was the Sugarland Express, which came out in 1974. But let's talk about Duel first, because let's
talk about Duel for a minute.
Yeah.
It's a TV movie from 1971, and it's probably one of the best TV films I've ever seen.
I would have to. No, it doesn't. I remember, Lyle, you rented the DVD last year, and it doesn't feel like a TV movie at all.
Yeah. Well, to break down the plot very quickly, there isn't much of a plot. There's a guy on the road. He's like driving through the highway, and there's this truck driver who inexplicably just stalks him at every turn and wants to run his car over. So it's a cat and mouse game across the barren wastelands of
the South
Middle Road, America.
Yeah,
just like down south or something. And it's just like
you gotta
it's
hand
intense.
You gotta hand it to him for creating such premise and such a terrifying scenario from something so simplistic. Like it's literally.
It's essentially a slasher movie.
The trucker is a slasher villain, and he's actually better than most slasher villains today. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. We don't know anything about why he does what he does.
You don't
I think
have
that's
to.
what makes it scarier. He's very good at taking horror elements that are just kind of like unexplained and just putting it out there. It's like, yeah, we don't know why there's a shark out there eating people, but it's out there.
We'll get to
so
that.
You better
later,
watch out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
good.
referencing.
Like he's done so much that it's kind of hard not to.
A lot of winks and nods. Cody, what do you think about Duel? I know it's not Dune, but it's Duel.
Yeah, we wish. Yeah, no, Duel's a solid movie. It has sort of a how do I say it? Because I've seen this movie like way later on, and after I watched most of his movies, and I was trying to watch it with like fresh eyes as if I've never even heard of Steven Spielberg before, and even watching this, I was sort of watching it like, wow, he really had like a gift even in his early age to really like no one pans a camera like Steven Spielberg.
It's true.
No one has like that. No one has like that. You know exactly who's staring at who. If it's like this tense scene, you know exactly like where this like. It's hard to describe, but it's like there's like one scene that stands out to me in this movie where he's like in the diner and he's like. And then that truck pulls in after this truck like got away from him, and he's trying to get a look at who the driver is. But the whole time he's like watching him from like outside, and the camera's like just going back and forth, but like the driver's body is like below frame where you can only see like just the lower half of his body and not his face, because that's not the important thing. And while it just pulls away, we feel like we're just with him in that diner, just watching this guy like pray at him the whole time. And yeah, like it is like a slasher film, and that's why he wanted to do, like, I'm gonna reference it as well, but like he kind of joked and said the reason why he wanted to do Jaws was to sort of make like a spiritual sequel to Duel, where supposed to it being like a truck on land, it's like a creature under the water. And he's like, oh, isn't it so cool that, like, Duel has 4 letters and Jaws has 4 letters? Like, that's literally what...
Oh, my God, really?
He literally said that.
What a dork.
He was very young and very stubborn, as he admitted.
All right, that's fair. I love the way the driving sequences are filmed. Like, it almost reminds me of like George Miller's
On
work.
Mad Max,
Like the
yeah.
way that it'll be like an overhead shot. Yeah, the creator of Mad Max, and there'll be an overhead shot that like skims down to the road level. There's just so many. He really shoots the shit out of the cars.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about guns or anything. I'm just saying, like, he does every trick in the book to make, like, two cars chasing each other look like the most exciting thing in the world.
Have you guys ever seen this
And
movie called Joyride? It's with
that sounds like a very generic name.
It's with Paul Walker and Steve Zahn. It was like an early 2000s movie.
Okay.
It was written and produced by J.J. Abrams, and the plot of the movie is basically the exact same thing, where Ted Levine is the guy on the other end in the CB radio stalking these young people and he's in a truck.
Oh, wow.
And I'm just like, oh, there's there's some signs that like J.J. Abrams really loves to be like Spielberg, but in a good way, not in a bad way.
To be fair, J.J. Abrams is one of the protege filmmakers of Spielberg, and a lot of Spielberg's style comes from a lot of Spielberg's style got passed on to Abrams, and that really shows in stuff like Super 8. But not to get off on a tangent, but yeah,
it's a really well cut movie too. Duel. I felt that intensity. Like there's barely any music in it. It's all just the humming.
No.
It's all just the humming of the truck and like the engine and like just the car going by. Like I don't know. It feels very realistic and it's simple.
Speaking of editing, this movie is only 90 minutes long.
Oh wow!
And that is so rare in a Spielberg film. I mean, I'm probably gonna have I'm gonna save my reservations for later.
But 90-minute run. 90-minute run.
A 90-minute Spielberg movie.
Do not get used to that.
No. Yeah, the story is kind of slight, and I don't really remember the characters, but the impression it left on me was pretty good for a debut, especially for a TV budget. Mm-hmm. How would you guys rate Duel out of 10?
I would give it.
I would give it more like a 7.
I would give it an 8.
7's pretty fair. Yeah, I'll give it an 8 just for the way he like manages to shoot things so well, despite how early it is. It is kind of slight though. Like I'm kind of teetering between a 7 and an 8, but I'll give it an 8 for now. Okay.
The next movie we've got came in 1974, The Sugarland Express. Now, unlike Duel, The Sugarland Express was based on a real police chase that happened in Texas in May of 1969. So Goldie Hawn plays a convict who just.
So this is his first biopic, then, right?
Yes, it's his first biopic. It's also the first film that was released theatrically, to an audience. Its release was a little limited, and as a result, not that many people saw it. But for the few people that did see it, the reaction was actually kind of mixed, and I'll explain. So, the story very basically is Goldie Hawn plays a mother who just got out of jail, and she breaks her husband out of jail, and they basically carjack a police officer, and they get him to drive them to the home where. The foster home where her son is being held. Will they make it or won't they make it? And will people support them along the way? That's essentially the plot. I gotta be honest, now I know this movie predates Thelma and Louise, but I saw Thelma and Louise before I saw this, and I was very reminded of Thelma and Louise when I saw this movie.
Actually, it's funny you say Thelma and Louise. I would say more Bonnie and Clyde.
That too, yeah.
Really trying to be like.
That's a good one.
I actually haven't seen Bonnie and Clyde.
Like I'm mixed. I'm mixed to positive on it. I don't remember it too much. I remember thinking like, oh yeah, the performances are pretty good, and there's like, but it reminded me of a lot of other movies that were made at the time. And let us not forget that this is during an era where. Known as the director's era, where like this was out of the experimental phase of the 60s, and then all these like young and upcoming filmmakers just to name a few, like Francis Ford Coppola, Scorsese, Brian De Palma, were all coming out of film school. George Lucas. Yeah, they're all coming out of film school. They're all experimenting. They're all like, actually, they've gone on record to say like all of these guys like would critique their own films. Like Spielberg would critique like a Brian De Palma movie, and George Lucas would critique a Francis Ford Coppola movie. Like they were all almost like friends, but also critics, trying to like find that kind of perfect film. They were all like just teaching each other and criticizing each other, even though they were all close friends. Isn't
it amazing how like all those great filmmakers that we know of today back then were all friends and they all basically helped each other out.
It's kind of unheard of nowadays.
It's true.
The media today is all about clickbait. Filmmakers offering genuine criticism doesn't sell headlines or clickbait today. Now it's Denis Villeneuve hates the Marvel movies. Clickbait. Martin Scorsese thinks Marvel is just okay. Clickbait. It's like, shut up. Just, I don't care about.
How dare they say that? Oh my god, they're so terrible. Oh my god. How dare they have an opinion?
Yeah, I only have two notes on this movie. Sorry. I only have 2 points on this movie. The first one is the theme song, which I think was this his first collaboration with John Williams.
Yes.
Oh, it was. Oh, that's crazy. Well, anyways, the theme song for this movie always reminds me of 12 Days of Christmas. It's like and that always took me out of it every time it was played. It plays at the end, plays all throughout. And also, the only other note I have, I don't really have a lot to say about this movie. It's kind of slight.
Me too.
Is that it's the only movie I think I've ever seen where William Atherton, who you may know as Pecker from Ghostbusters, or that Dick Wash newscaster from Die Hard.
Mm-hmm.
This is the only movie I've ever seen him in where he's like a decent guy. He's not like a scumbag. So there's that. If you want to see his range.
Vic, he's not a horrible person. Like, I genuinely had some sympathy for him along the way.
Yeah,
I don't have too much to say about this movie.
Yeah, he's got some
Sugarland
humane
Express,
moments.
I don't have too much to say about it either. It's okay. Supposedly, I was reading the trivia section for this on IMDb. Apparently, this movie had... I don't know how accurate this is, but apparently this movie has the first tracking shot ever. Yeah.
Really?
Supposedly.
I don't know. It's too bad I don't remember that.
I feel like a jerk for pointing that out and not remembering that. I feel like it just goes to show how much we take the current filmmaking styles and technology for granted today. But because back then, something like that would have been revolutionary. And get used to that in Spielberg's work. So, anyways, what are your
I would have to give this one. I'll give it like a 6 out of 10. Like, it's just okay-ish, kind of passable,
same, 6
honestly.
out of 10.
But
yeah, it's unanimous 6. Yep.
Okay, the next, but
there will be more things to come.
The producers he made Sugarland Express with are the producers he collaborated with on his next film, and it needs
Richard Zanuck and Dick Brown. I think that's their names. Yeah.
Done. I feel like you could just stop the entry there. Like 2 musical.
I was gonna say, I think Cody had a lot to talk about with this movie. His literal first episode of his his podcast is all about Jaws. So if you're interested, check that out.
Well, okay. I obviously give the movie 10. I don't need to say anything about it, but I'd love to hear what you guys say.
Okay, that's fair.
Actually, I feel like it would be an insult to give this movie anything less than a 10. Because, like, it changed the way audiences line up for movies. It was the first blockbuster. Like, its influence on filmmaking. Lyle and I, we also talked about this in our second episode ever of So to Speak that we did with Sean about uncomfortable movies. And as equally uncomfortable as this movie is to watch, and just feel the fear of what it's like to be stalked by this killer shark. The hell that a young Spielberg in his 20s went through to make this is actually something that I find quite commendable, because had this production went belly up, that would have been his career in the toilet. But he salvaged the production, he made a movie, and it was damn good. So we're still talking about it today.
Yeah, on that note, I gotta say I'm very impressed that despite all the production hassles and all the nightmares that went on behind the scenes, that doesn't show one iota on screen, which is astounding. Like, you watch a movie like today, like Fan 4 Stick, and it's so clear what went wrong behind the camera. But then you look at something like Jaws, it's like, no, this is like flawless. Like, I don't imagine it took a lot of work, but it's just, like, I love all the little moments. Like, I think one of my favorite little details is, like, when there's, like, shooting stars going on in the background just before their final climactic day with the shark. They didn't plan that. That just happened. That's glorious.
A lot of Spielberg enthusiasts believe that was E.T., but that's a bit of a stretch.
Now, it is...
Aliens in a Spielberg movie?
Guessed? Now, get this. The one piece of criticism actually simultaneously serves the movie. Bruce, the mechanical shark, didn't work the way it was supposed to, and as a result, its movements look a little stiff by today's cinematic standards, but because that shark was a practical model and a practical effect, when it did work for the few shots that it did, it looks scarier than most monsters you will see in a movie today.
There's a mix of real sharks and the animatronic shark that gives the film a lot of good legitimacy as well.
Now,
yeah, it's a good lesson in restraint and like using your imagination to conjure up something more nasty than you can imagine. I guess.
Also,
let me rephrase that.
John Williams made the easiest paycheck ever.
Well, yeah,
Spielberg. That rousing final score.
John Williams invited Spielberg to his house, and John's like, "All right, here we go. I'm gonna play some music for Jaws." And he went, "Okay." And then he just all of a sudden went all the way down on the lower keys and just went dun 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 dun. And Spielberg started to laugh. He's like, "Haha, that's funny." But he's like, "No, that's actually the theme." He went, "What?" And then he's like, "Okay, play it one more time." But he's like, he kept playing it over and over again, and he's like, "You know what? Yeah, that actually fits really well." But he thought at first, "Wow, that is so simple." But wow, that is the most like effective, simple notes I've ever heard, because it really does initiate that kind of tension. Like, it's like your heart's pounding, but it's like in the music form of it.
So
every
back
time.
to our rating. Can we all agree that we give this a 10?
Yeah,
it's a classic. I give it wholeheartedly a 10. It's my favorite Spielberg movie, and I can talk about it for hours. I can make a whole podcast about it. Oh, wait.
Yeah. No, it's endlessly rewatchable. It's fun. It has its thrills. It has 3 incredibly great central characters, especially by the end of the film.
Yeah.
That all play off each other really well. And yeah, there's no big like shark effects throughout most of it, but I find that's even better.
Yeah. And then there was the birth of the blockbuster genre.
I'm curious, like, how much of the shark they really wanted to use, though. Like, was that use of the tail? Was that supposed to be like the shark coming out of the water going? Argh?
Actually, it was a happy little accident where they did, like, it'd say in the script, like, the shark does this, the shark does that, but because it didn't work as much, they had to improvise and do, like, other ways. Like, oh, it's scary when the floating dock is coming towards them, and then that actually adds... It's more scary because we're not seeing it. It really was a happy little accident.
Can we go home now? Remember that, that's not a great white... It's a tiger shark. Oh, what? Some of the extras in this movie, I love them. But we should... Any other final notes?
No, Jaws is just a great movie.
You gotta restrain me. Moving on. Restrain me.
The next movie...
Oh no,
Cody,
he's about to blow.
Audience, if you do want to listen to Cody rave about Jaws for hours with our friend Hunter Birch, go over to check out his Pop Talk video on Jaws. Now...
No, that's a plug. That's a plug if I ever
now,
heard one.
happy to pay the bills, Otto. Okay, so the next movie that Spielberg did was another collaboration with Richard Dreyfuss and John Williams, I believe. Get used to John Williams collaborating with Spielberg for a long, long time.
Also get used to editor Michael Kahn.
Yes.
This was their first collaboration together, and they worked on almost everything ever since.
This is the first official and one of the few movies that Spielberg actually penned the script himself and directed at the same time. We are, of course, talking about...
He had many people help him write it, but
officially, he has the screenwriting credit on Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Now, on a minor note, he has a story writing credit on Sugarland Express, but he collaborated with 2 other screenwriters to bring that to life. So, Close Encounters, it came out the same year as Star Wars. Now, what's so curious to me is the original Aliens Making Contact with Humanity movie was The Day the Earth Stood Still from the 1950s. How the hell did it take one of them? How the hell did it take 25 years for another First Contact movie to manifest itself and be this good?
It was the atomic age. Everyone wanted to see aliens kill people. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, anyways, one of the things I actually...
That's not what this movie is.
One of the things I like about this movie is... most of the movie is actually about the psychology of an alien race making contact with humanity for the first time. Now, granted, other stuff had done that before, but you actually, spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen this, you actually don't see the invaders in their entirety until the very end of the movie. Which I thought was... You see glimpses of them in their ships flying around the countryside in the first half, but there's tons of mystery and suspense as to who these aliens are, why they're here, and what are they going to do. And it's even more suspenseful to watch Richard Dreyfuss slip into madness as he builds a replica of the mountain from garbage and the neighbors' things, and it gets to the point where his...
And mashed potatoes. Oh, this movie makes me want to eat some mashed potatoes. I tell you what. I had kind of mixed reserves about this movie. On a technical level, it was incredibly impressive for its time. But I think the one reservation I always have about it is I don't know how to feel about the main character. It's he flat out, pretty much what's the word I want to say? He basically estranges his own family, goes on the lam, goes to a government installation, trespasses, and when they find him, he's just hey, you want to go to space? And he's like, yeah, dude. And he goes to space. And the whole time, by the end of the movie, I'm just he had a family, didn't he? Is he just going to be gone for 30 years now, and he's going to come back, and it's... I know that's not the point, but it was a nagging thing that was in the back of my mind.
The thing
every time I watch this...
the point the movie was trying to make was that his family essentially left him for dead while he was having an episode. So I think what Spielberg was trying to say was technically his family is antagonistic in that respect because it's they bailed on him when he needed help. So, yeah.
Not to jump back too much to Spielberg himself of him growing up, but his parents did get a divorce when he was really young. Later on, they did remarry, so that's definitely a theme you're going to see in a lot of his films about being separated from your family and going through turmoil
and kids. Another thing, this is one of the. I know kids aren't yet at the forefront of his work, but this is one of the first times where he directs kids for a prolonged period of time. The kids aren't exactly the main characters. That wouldn't be for a couple movies later until the next decade. But in Close Encounters, the kids are there. And one of the things that Lyle actually pointed this out when he showed me the movie, because I saw this for the first time actually quite recently. One of the things he pointed out is that the kids in this movie specifically, are a little weird. Like, there's one kid that just, is constantly hitting things.
Yeah. He keeps banging things
Yeah.
or breaking things. Even Barry, like the main kid, is kind of off. Like, it's like he doesn't even really feel anything towards these aliens. He's just like, oh look, the toys.
Was a prelude to the
when Barry gets kidnapped, when he gets abducted, Barry, that's such a well done, intense scene. Like, I'll never forget that. I saw this movie at such a young age, and it stands out to me like that scene, but it stands out to me as like a scene that I just remember feeling kind of on the edge of my seat, but like I was a little too young to watch it to have any sort of nostalgia about it. But upon rewatching it like 2, 3, 4 times later in my life, like the film gets better and better, and I quite love this movie. I really like how restrained it is too. Like it's a very matured sci-fi movie, and I can definitely tell it's influenced a lot of like other movies to come later on that have this sort of alien invasion to be sort of like it's there's actually like a purpose, and it's not just like they're coming down to attack us.
Roland Emmerich would take care of that.
Arrival. Or I was about to say like Arrival. Yeah. Arrival definitely, like Denis, like you watch those 2 movies back to back, you can definitely tell that Denis took a lot of like inspiration from Close Encounters to do that one.
I always saw Arrival as very similar to Contact, which was directed by another Spielberg-esque director, Robert Zemeckis. Bob Zemeckis and Spielberg collaborated tons of times.
Oh, for sure.
I sometimes
we're going to be talking about them in a little bit. I sometimes even
joke that Zemeckis is like Spielberg's clone, because like a lot of his directorial work is very similar to Spielberg's. But anyways, so
yeah, on that note, how would you rate Close Encounters?
It's in my high praises. I give it I actually would give it an 8 out of 10. It's pretty good.
I give it a 9 actually. I quite enjoy it. I really enjoy it.
Now, Cody, what about you?
I don't know. I'm on the fence. I'm tossed between either a 7 or an 8. I'm kind of put off by the slow but deliberate pacing, but I do like how it taps into the psyche of the main character. Cool. I'll give it an 8. A very tenuous 8.
Cody,
I guess
was this the first Spielberg movie you saw in your life? Just out of curiosity?
No. Actually, it was E.T. was my first one.
We'll talk about that in a second. But...
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on, E.T. wouldn't come for another 4 years, but before that, we're going to jump 2 years ahead to 1979. Spielberg's first comedy, and his first movie ever about World War II. Also a comedy. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Okay, 1941.
There we go.
Get ready.
1941. I didn't know Spielberg was that old. Like you said, this movie was made in 1979.
The guy's 75 years old today. He was born in the 40s. Okay. I'm
being a dick.
I feel like we're gonna
1941.
Now, Lyle and I are gonna be the contrarian fucks here because we kind of like this.
This
movie.
is often considered Spielberg's worst movie of all time.
But you know what?
Can I say?
This is another movie where I watched this in a retrospective. Like, this is his first time ever tackling a comedy, and he wouldn't really return to the genre. He would have comedic elements in his movies and do it very well. But he never really directed, correct me if I'm wrong, but he never really directed a sole comedy. And you know what? If you had just shown me this movie without any context for who made it, or who directed it, or who wrote it, I would have assumed that the guy who directed Animal House directed this, because this does not feel like a typical Spielberg movie at all. Like I said, if you had given me no context for who made it, I would have assumed that the guy who made Animal House made this.
Yeah, John Landis, or Joe Dante, or Harold Ramis.
Yeah,
those kind of people. Yeah, I get that. How do we break down this plot? I actually think the plot of this movie is like it's like a Rube Goldberg machine of like so many things clicking together at once.
The overall theme
it's very loud.
It is the Christmas
and bombastic, but the idea.
Okay, I'll sum up the plot. It takes place in California in December of 1941. A couple weeks, it's like Christmas time. It's like the week before Christmas, and what happened a couple weeks earlier was Pearl Harbor in real time. In real life, there was mass hysteria on the Californian mainland because after Japan proved her might against the U.S. military at Pearl Harbor, Americans felt truly vulnerable, and they were dragged into World War II officially. At that point in history, Americans in the continental U.S. thought that California would be next to be attacked by the Japanese. That was real hysteria. That was real pandemonium. And Spielberg kind of takes the
piss out of it,
and he makes fun of it to death. But he does it. He does it almost 40 years after the fact. Now, I've been told that people like my own father consider this movie distasteful, but Lyle told me something quite interesting. I asked Lyle, has Spielberg ever like apologized for this movie, or has he ever like had second thoughts? And you told me,
he enjoyed making this actually, and he looks back on it surprisingly fondly. I mean, he understands that there's like clear flaws, and it's a little, it's lacking a lot in like typical like comedy beats. Like his main complaint was he wished he made it funnier. That was his one thing. Which it's not really his fault. He didn't write this. Actually, the people who wrote this were Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale, who would later go on to make the Back to the Future trilogy.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of their flourishes here, especially since a lot of the cast from Zemeckis' previous movie, I Want to Hold Your Hand, was they ended up in this movie. So it's kind of it's a weird mash. Like it's like everything I love about like 70s comedy with like some of my favorite comedic actors of the time, along with some really classic actors too, like Robert Stack and Slim Pickens, and even Toshiro Mifune. That's wild.
And Christopher
Kurosawa
Lee.
fan, that's wild seeing him. Yeah, and Christopher Lee's in this. And I don't know.
Remember the Canadian boys, Dan and John.
Dan Aykroyd and John Candy too, yes. And we can't forget John Belushi.
Oh yeah,
I love every scene with John Belushi.
The drunken pilot flying a P-40 around California. That was fun.
What was his name again? His name was he was named after the guy from That 70s Show. Kelso. That was his name. Private Kelso.
Cody looks like he wants to fucking die. Let's hear what he has to say.
I know.
I hate this movie. So.
Let's hear it.
You're not the only one.
It's not funny. It's not funny. It's not topical. It is just an excuse to have a bunch of explosions, and the whole movie is a blur to me. It felt like a 3-hour film.
It does feel long.
Like Blues Brothers was longer than this, and it had Blues Brothers was longer and had more destruction in that movie, and yet 1941 feels twice as long. How is that possible?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Well, there are a lot of characters to keep track of.
Okay.
I understand. Sometimes my mind has to work extra hard to remember what happened.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I find this movie to be a little overhated, but I understand why people would probably not gel with it. It's kind of crazy thinking that this came out after Close Encounters and before Raiders, because it does feel a little out of sorts with his work.
Well, his work afterwards is more than an apology for this movie. So you're welcome. Spielberg.
Well, it's like I said, it's kind of
no worries, no problem.
It's kind of intriguing that he never did like a soul comedy after this. The other,
I guess the closest ones would be like Always and maybe The Terminal. You know, kind of like fluffier movies.
The Terminal is like borderline romantic comedy, but it's mainly a drama.
But so is Always.
Yeah.
I guess you didn't see Always.
I haven't seen Always yet.
We'll talk about that briefly.
But the point is,
not much to say. But
so now here's a question I have: considering how audiences of the time period in the late 70s, it was almost 40 years after Pearl Harbor, and audiences still found this distasteful. Does that mean, let's say, 20 years from now, someone makes a comedy about post 9/11 pandemonium in the United States? Do you think that will be well received if they try that again?
Oh, you mean like The Terminal?
That wasn't exclusively about post 9/11 pandemonium. That was about like that was its own
Oh
self.
man, pandemonium inside airports, people from other countries coming to the States, getting kicked out, being shuttled off, being marginalized.
Oh,
Huh. I don't know,
right,
Evan.
yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Well, like specifically,
How would you rate 1941?
I'm gonna be
Probably a 3.
okay.
Close to a
That's
2, but I give it.
that's fair.
I give it a 3.
I'm gonna give this a 7.
That's fair.
I don't love it, but it's
Wow, that's high.
I don't
praise.
love 1941, but I don't think it's like a terrible movie. Like if I can laugh a few times, the
would
movie did
probably. Yeah, I had some gut laughs with this, but I understand it has some problems. I'd probably give it a 6, which is also pretty generous. But I've watched it 3 times, and I enjoyed it every single time. So
Okay.
I don't know.
3 times.
Now,
Yeah.
let me give you
What can I
some.
say?
Now let me give you guys some.
It's overhated.
All right, boys. Our next movie is actually one of Spielberg's most famous. Now, let me give you some context.
I mean, it needs no introduction.
Well, I'm going to give you some quick introduction. So, in 1977, Spielberg and Lucas take a little trip to Hawaii because Lucas was depressed about Fox had so little faith in Star Wars that they let him keep the merchandising rights, and going into opening weekend in May of 1977, George thought that Star Wars was going to fail. I know how funny that is to look back on, but it's the summer of 1977, and he thinks a movie he poured his heart and soul into for the last 2 years is going to just bomb, and he's going to lose. Spielberg accompanies his friend to Hawaii, and while they're there, anticipating Star Wars to supposedly fail, they come up with another idea for an adventure epic based off of the serials they grew up with. And the result was do 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 do.
Now, quickly, Evan, start humming the theme for Superman 1978. Okay, now go back to Raiders.
Yeah, I've seen that
It's
nostalgia
similar.
critic joke. It doesn't work.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell
It's
both of
similar.
them differently.
Yeah.
They're different.
Oh no, I heard that before Nostalgia Critic. I can hear it, but not that there's a problem with that.
Case in point,
Indiana frickin' Jones.
although much like Star Wars,
Well,
they didn't anticipate
didn't
that they were
start out
making
like that.
They didn't anticipate a trilogy, so this movie at the time of its 1981 release was simply called Raiders of the Lost Ark. The Indiana Jones title wouldn't come till later, but make no mistake, Indiana Jones, the character, played by Han Solo himself, and yes, Indy shoots first. Heck, Indy shoots first all the time. That's kind of his character. But anyways, bad joke.
Pretty much.
So, the plot is, in the mid 1930s, the Nazis are looking for artifacts around the world because
Religious
artifacts, and so they decide to dig up a Jewish artifact of all things, and this gives Spielberg to not only write something that is in direct correlation with lore from his religion and his faith, but it also gives him a golden opportunity to showcase some nasty Nazi torture porn. We already talked about that in our trauma episode. I can look back on that as a kid. That I'm talking about the scene where they open the Ark.
Oh, the face melting scene, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I want to hear your guys' opinion on this. Someone has reiterated this theory to me that in the Indiana Jones movies, specifically Raiders, and this applies to all of them, but in Raiders, Indy is an inconsequential protagonist. it does, regardless of what he does to stop the Nazis from getting the Ark of the Covenant, the Nazis are still going to get the Ark, and they're still going to get their faces melted off. So, but I was talking about
but
this.
he retrieves the Ark by the end of the movie, and now it belongs to the U.S. by top men.
Who?
Top men. If he wasn't there, they would never have found the Ark. It would have fallen into someone else's hands.
Oh, that's also a good point. The other, I was talking about this theory with my friend Chris, and he said the fact
I've heard of this theory. Yes.
Yeah, no, the inconsequential protagonist theory. It doesn't fucking matter because the movie is so much fun. Indy is such a compelling character. He's relatable. He's sympathetic. He's suave.
Determined.
He's determined. Yeah, no, he's now I did see this. I remember seeing this as a kid, right after seeing Star Wars, and my dad deliberately didn't tell me this, but he let my brother and I put two and two together, and then eventually my brother and I were like, "Is that Han Solo?" And my dad was like, "You got it, son. That's Han Solo."
Yeah, to be honest, I actually, when I see them next to each other, I don't really see a lot of connections.
I agree.
They look like totally different characters.
That's because
to me.
Indy has more facial hair.
And less hair on his head, and he wears a hat.
Yeah.
He's greasier too.
Yeah.
That opening sequence alone tells you everything you need to know about that character.
Oh yeah.
Indiana Jones and Dr. Octopus trying to find a artifact. Yeah, one of the best trap sequence kind of movies, a hidden tomb things that would later go on to inspire stuff like Tomb Raider and the Mummy series.
Not only that, but just like many other works of Steven Spielberg, that scene has been parodied a shit ton of times. Like by not just, our favorite family in yellow. Like it's been parodied so many times in so many other movies.
Yeah, Weird Al Yankovic and UHF.
Yep.
Another classic example. Cody, how do you like Indiana Jones? Oh, the Raiders, the Lost Ark, I should say.
Thoroughly enjoy it. I think it's a very gritty, very rough, fun adventure film. It's probably the definitive adventure film. I can't think of any other movie that has that sort of flair of quest and adventure, but sprinkled in with little bits of excitement and scary moments. It's a celebration of going to see a fun movie, really, and it comes from a very inspired place because George Lucas, he came up with the idea for Star Wars by looking at old serials from the 1940s, the same way he did with Indiana Jones, and everything kind of coincided where he pitched this idea to Spielberg, and Spielberg around the time was like, I'd love to do a James Bond movie. But he's sort of bringing that sort of flair to Indiana Jones as well, because it's sort of he's the ladies' man, but he's also a guy who's has this thrust for adventure. But I find Indiana Jones way more believable and relatable almost. He's not he's just an archaeologist by day, and you see him, and when you see him in the classrooms, you're like, wow, it's almost like a superhero almost, but a very believable superhero.
Yeah, well, Spielberg will meet James Bond eventually.
Oh,
one
that's
of them.
True, yeah.
Oh yeah, well, that was an intentional casting choice for sure.
We'll get to him.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in a little bit, but Raiders, absolute classic.
I give it a 9. I in a perfect world I would give it a 10, but I do find it kind of slugs just a bit sometimes, but not. That's almost a very minor critique. So, and because I don't know, it's not like some of the effects date horribly, but there's some effects where I'm like, ooh, okay, Star Wars looks better than this, and that came out years before. There's some dated stuff in it.
Yeah, like what?
That's just me nitpicking.
I'll
give it a 9.
I will give it. You know what? It's got some. I'm gonna agree with the 9. The only real flaws of it are nitpicky stuff. There are some continuity errors that are noticeable. I think you know what I'm talking. You remember how when they're in the marketplace in Cairo and a thief with a knife like chases after Marion, and then she like pulls out a pen, and then like the thief laughs. The knife is a completely different angle from one shot to the other, and I've noticed that that's one of the.
Oh, I have to look out for that. I didn't pick up
Oh,
on that.
I noticed that
It's
ever
pretty
since I was
small.
a kid, and it was jarring to me. Also, fun fact, the infamous comedic swordsman scene. By the way, when they re-released, okay, when Kingdom of the Crystal Skull came out decades later, they re-released a whole action figure line for the Indiana Jones franchise, and the swordsman guy, who was only in the movie for like 10 seconds, actually got his own action figure. It was so funny. So that scene was actually supposed to be a Indy was supposed to duel the swordsman with like his whip, but when they shot that scene in particular, that the cast and crew was suffering from tainted craft services, and they all got food poisoning. So Harrison Ford was sick to his goddamn stomach, and there's a reason why instead of dueling the guy, he just looks at him kind of sickly, points his gun, bang, duel over. And yeah,
Not even sickly. Like he's just like I'm fucking done
it's
with
like
this.
fuck this. Yeah,
I'm not even. It's like I'm not even gonna bother. You bring a knife to a gunfight, or bring to a gun to a knife fight, kind of scenario.
That's the kind of shit I love about the Indiana Jones franchise. The way Indy just has like the most direct approach to this sort of stuff, where it's almost like, yeah, in a cliched world he would do this, but no, he's gonna subvert that expectation.
yeah.
I don't know, like I guess Raiders isn't like my favorite Spielberg movie. I know it is for a lot of people. I just remember all the action. I just remember like all the classic moments, like the scene where he has to like climb underneath the truck and get over the truck and like get back into it after he gets like knocked out. By the way, that henchman put up a pretty good fight, all things considered.
Yeah.
He earned the right to be a human pancake by the end of that fight.
Oh yeah.
Miserable. And the bar fight where like people get shot in the face and blood just spurts everywhere, and the villain gets his hand burned by the talisman. That freaking worm. I hate that guy. Oh, and the snake pit. Don't get me started on the snake pit. Holy crap.
Snakes.
Indy.
Why did it have to be snakes?
Isn't it amazing you have an action hero like this and he actually has a weakness that's very easy to describe?
Indeed.
And I relate to him.
Yes.
God damn it. Snakes suck. Stupid, armless, legless bastards.
One of the biggest laughs in that movie is where like they lower Sala, played by John Rhys Davies, aka Gimli.
Oh, I love John Rhys Davies.
John Rhys Davies is there.
He's so good in these.
He's Indy at one point is like, Sala, get down here, and then Sala is like, who, me? Like,
well, I'm not fucking doing that.
yeah. No, Sala is just such a great character. I hope we see more of him. I hope we see more of him.
You know, whether or not it's like my favorite Spielberg, it is to me pure Spielberg, and for that I have to give it a 10.
Oh wow!
So,
wow.
Yeah, I can't argue.
I'm usually the least nitpicky out of the two of you, but wow.
Yeah, I know I'm nitpicky, but I can't deny Raiders is it's pure cinema.
Okay, cool.
What's next after all this?
The next year,
gallivanting around.
This is the first time a child would actually carry a Spielberg movie solely through to the end. And this was, like I said,
Henry.
This was the first Spielberg movie that Cody and I ever saw. E.T., the Extra Terrestrial. And coincidentally, it was also the acting debut of Drew Barrymore.
It's also the one movie that Michael Kahn didn't edit during his like decades-long run with Spielberg.
Oh wow!
Figure that one out.
Wow. So,
yeah, E.T. How do you break this down?
Very simple. In a suburban California neighborhood, a spaceship lands, and when they have to run away from the government or generic alien hunters, the ship takes off, but oops, they left behind E.T. And E.T. is basically lost and alone and 3 million light years from home. So he has to wander into suburbia, where he meets Elliot, a misfit neighborhood boy who is bullied by his siblings. His friends don't like him. He doesn't really have many friends to begin with.
It's a boy meets alien movie. Yeah.
So when I saw E.T. for the first time as a kid, the opening scene with the spaceship blew my mind. Like, I actually remember rewinding the opening credits and just to watch that scene. But I could never sit through the rest of the movie until I was older. The reason for that is when Elliot discovers E.T. in that field and he makes that noise, that scared
there's some
the
scary
shit
in
out
this
of me.
movie.
Oh, there's tons of scary shit in this movie.
Like, remember when Drew Barrymore was like, look!
Oh, and let's not forget. Oh, and let's not forget. Towards the end.
Or even like E.T. laying there dying and turning gray, and
well, that's why I was saying
it
takes such a dark turn. We're going into the plot too much. We agreed not to do that. But there's a lot to say about this.
I know, but I'm just talking about moments, really.
Yeah, like anyways, it ends on a very heartfelt note, and it is
kind of melancholy note, if you ask me.
It ends on it's heartfelt, it's melancholy. You'll feel mixed.
It's pretty
emotions.
bittersweet.
Yeah, but the character, it's a coming of age story, and it's one of the best of its kind. And I actually, it's a movie. I will throw this on every Halloween along with Donnie Darko and The Nightmare Before Christmas as a Halloween movie because it is a Halloween movie.
Effectively, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very orange. I get a lot of like orange tones out of this.
And by the way, this was apparently the movie that invented the concept of product placement, despite the fact that in Close Encounters you see
McDonald's logo,
a McDonald's sign and an Exxon sign. That was like a product label.
I think the idea is like Reese's Pieces plays a massive part of the plot because that's what he likes to eat.
Yeah,
that's how Elliot lures him into his house.
Yeah,
it's like, hey, I want some Reese's Pieces. E.T. likes it. I like it.
Yeah, that commercial could just write itself.
I love every time the two of them are playing with toys and stuff. It's like, this is Lando, and this is Greedo. Beep, beep, beep. It's like, oh, man, I would do that if I...
And then later, when they're trick-or-treating, he sees Yoda. Oom.
The only scene I find kind of awkward in E.T. is when, like, E.T.'s, like, home alone, and Elliot's in school, and E.T. starts, like, drinking, and everything that he does is transmitted to Elliot. And like he like releases all the frogs and stuff like
the point they were trying
psychic link
that they had to establish. They established that for comedic purposes, but it feeds directly into the second act low point where they're both dying.
And then Elliot like kisses a girl, just like comes onto a girl during that scene too.
I remember in second grade, in the last week of school, all we did was watch movies and just play games. And one of the movies my friend brought in was E.T. And when that scene came on, all the girls screamed in horror at when Elliot kissed the girl because it's like, oh no,
really?
Booties. Yeah, no, it was like
cancel Elliot.
Oh god. Well, he does get canceled. He gets fucking suspended.
Speaking of which, remember? Henry Thomas is like, why didn't he go on to do like bigger things?
He's such a great actor.
Literally.
Well, now he's in bigger things.
Now,
kind of.
Now he's in bigger things.
He was in Doctor Sleep.
He's in a lot of Mike Flanagan stuff.
Now,
I remember in Doctor Sleep.
Are you guys familiar with how he got the part of Elliot?
Yeah, he had an audition where, like, I think he just lost his pet dog, and he used that emotional, like, turmoil to, like, feel his, like, reading.
Well,
and Spielberg was like, that's the kid.
Well, Spielberg, I think, was looking for a kid who would be able to cry on command, so the kid thought of, what's his name again? I'm sorry. Henry Thomas. Henry Thomas, sorry. So, Henry Thomas apparently thought of his dog, was able to cry on command, and apparently, like, Spielberg also started working with Kathleen Kennedy. This was one of the first movies they did together. Correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, I think Raiders was one of the first movies they did together, but E.T. was one of the first movies he did with Kathleen Kennedy. Kathleen Kennedy and Steven Spielberg had been auditioning hundreds of kids that day, and like when they meet Henry Thomas, it's like, yeah, boom, we have Elliot right there.
Yeah, he's sold.
So yeah,
that's what I mean. He's so good.
Yeah.
Special effects hold up pretty well too. I don't know if you guys remember the special edition they released, where like they kind of like George.
God, I try not to remember.
So they George Lucas did a little bit and changed.
Did Spielberg
CGI E.T.
Would Spielberg eventually go the route of George Lucas, where he would try to update the movie?
What? FBI agents with guns aimed at children? No dice, home slice. They're walkie-talkies.
Oh, come on! What we're getting?
Lame shit like that.
Yeah.
That bike sequence is like my favorite thing in the movie.
Oh my god! I remember
the way that music ramps up.
I remember like the scene where they lift up into the air, and before this, the government agents like they have guns, and Elliot's mom is screaming, "They're children, no guns!" It's like, I don't fucking care.
That is pure movie magic, my friends. How would you rate E.T.?
I'm tempted to give it a 10, but the fact that it scared me as a kid, and still makes me feel kind of uneasy when I watch like the second act into the third, into like until like the big climax, like it still makes me feel kind of uneasy. So for that, I'm giving it a 9. But amazing movie. It holds up today.
10. Yeah, it's great.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't know. It's like much like Raiders. I just find it to be pure Spielberg energy. This was when he was really starting to get into his own style. While I do find the movie very melancholy and like kind of like a little uneasy at times, especially like during the scarier moments, I don't know. It just I always look back on it. It's like, yeah, this is pure 80s cinema, buddy. 10 out of 10.
Even though I've went on the record to say like, you know, Jurassic Park kind of inspired me to be a filmmaker for as long as I can remember. Some of my first memories watching just anything on screen was E.T.
Yeah.
And just for that, it still holds up. It's a great coming of age movie with a lot of edge to it, a lot of surprising edge to it, a lot of surprising raw drama. Like I find the family dynamics to be very believable, and there's just something kind of nicely realistic about it too. Like you know, and it's enchanting. It's very inspiring, and it has it all. And that John Williams score is just at its absolute peak. It's a 10 out of 10. Like yeah, my third favorite film by his, I would say.
Oh wow. I do feel like the Agents theme is basically the Imperial March. Let's be real.
It feels like the Imperial March sped up.
I'd say slowed down, like.
Yeah.
But then, like, yeah, it does pick up later in the beginning. Later in the beginning, that's an oxymoron right there. I guess we should give a quick shout out. In 1983, Spielberg did have like a part in the Twilight Zone movie, which I have not seen.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
That was a.
Well, okay. He made the weakest
kick
one.
The can.
So,
yeah. Yeah, it had like he did the kick the can segment. You had like 4 directors. You had George Miller and Joe Dante doing like the best work of their career at the time. Like I think their segments were the best. Then you had John Landis and the controversy that arose from that fateful shoot, which I don't really even want to get into. I hear that story. That whole thing basically taints this movie. It's half the reason why
I've seen the footage, and I felt sick to my stomach, actually.
Yeah, but it's kind of too bad that, like, out of all of them, like, Spielberg's is, like, the least noteworthy. Because I was a big fan of Twilight Zone, and I saw that original short, or that original episode of Kick the Can, and it's really not that interesting. It's just kind of like an examination of nostalgia and wanting to go back, which does play a key role in a lot of his work, I guess. But, yeah, there's not a lot to say. Haven't seen it, so we should move along.
Yeah.
To
the
sequel.
Next year. Well, wait. Was this the first sequel he ever? Oh yeah, it was the first sequel he ever did. Indiana.
It was, but it's kind of a weird setup for a sequel. It takes place before the first movie.
I didn't know this. how could you have guessed that this was like a prequel? I didn't know when I saw it first time as a kid. Indiana Jones,
like the date and time.
Okay. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, released in 1984. I remember seeing commercials for this on VHS copies of Raiders of the Lost Ark that I had, and seeing the minecar scene. I'm like, this movie's going to be epic. That wasn't the case for me. The minecar scene doesn't come till the last half hour of the movie, and also before that, you have to suffer through some really annoying acting and some. By the way, this movie takes the zaniness up a notch. Like, it capitalizes on slapstick.
Well, it's fucking dark too.
Oh, it is, yeah. And also,
it's kind of a weird tone overall.
And by the way, Marion Ravenwood, his sweetheart from the first movie, is not back. Instead, you got Willie
Scott. Played by Spielberg's eventual sweetheart, Kate Kaplan.
Yeah. Kate
Capshaw?
Yeah.
Is it Capshaw or Capshaw? Yeah. Capshaw, that's right.
Kate Capshaw, yeah.
I think my least favorite line in that whole movie by hers is, "We're not sinking, we're crashing!" Like, do you have to scream
Okie dokie, Dr. Jones. Everyone screams in this fucking movie.
Like, yeah.
This was actually the first Indiana Jones movie I saw, and I was not impressed. As a kid, I was like, "Oh no." There's a lot of cringy moments. It's needlessly dark, and George Lucas's excuse when he was writing the story at the time, he's like, "Well, I was going through a divorce, so I had to write it."
How many divorces is George? Wait. How many divorces has George Lucas gone through?
I don't know,
I don't even know.
I think 2, maybe 1.
It's kind of a meandering story. It kind of like. Wait, what? When did Goonies come out? The
Goonies came out the next year.
Goonies was after.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of doing that kind of idea. Goonies, I think Goonies definitely did it way better in terms of just discovering something underground, and it's all like bizarre and strange. I don't know. I find myself not enjoying myself a little bit more and more that I watch this movie. Aside from the minecart scene, I don't remember much from this, and I don't hate it. I just sort of like am very indifferent about it. I don't know. I honestly, I don't have much to say about it. I would give it like a 5. I would say, like,
okay.
maybe close to a 6. I don't know. It's
probably
I'm probably
weird. The same.
I'm very middle on the road with it. It's definitely. Well, I was about to say the weakest one. No, we'll get to that one.
Mm-hmm. There's going to be some disagreement there.
You know what's weird? When I was a kid...
The Indiana Jones movies really do go in waves. That's all I'll say.
That's a good comparison. It's weird. Like, when I was a kid, I was frightened by the first Raiders, and I was even kind of, like, spooked by the third one. So I watched this one the most, because nothing about it really scared me.
Not even the fucking guy ripping the heart out of his chest?
No, because that was fucking cool, alright? Don't hate me. I thought it was awesome. And, and like the final battle on the bridge, where he, like, hacks the bridge up in half and it splits open, all those guys fall into the crocodile pit. Yeah.
Yeah, that was not bad.
That was pretty, that was
not bad.
That was pretty cool, too. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to...
There's some dated shit in this movie.
Oh, this movie's hella problematic now, yeah. Hella
the opening scene alone.
Yeah.
In the restaurant. Oh,
maybe now I won't give you the antidote. To what? To the poison you just drank. Did you guys know Dan Aykroyd's in this movie for like 10 seconds?
Oh, he is?
No way.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he was, like, after that big shootout in the restaurant, he's, like, leading them to the plane. He's like, all right, Dr. Jones, you have to go do this and that. And he does what Aykroyd does best. He drops exposition very, very quickly. But yeah, it's a blink if you miss it cameo. I just thought that was fun.
Do you know who wrote this movie? Like, I know that, like, George Lucas created the story, but, like, the screenplay writers, you know who they were?
Who were they?
I forget their exact names, but they're a couple who would later on do their directorial debut of Howard the Duck.
Oh my god,
Oh,
are you serious?
no!
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Willard Huck and Gloria Katz. Ugh.
Yeah, these two wrote Temple of Doom, and then later on, George Lucas was like, I have faith in you two.
We shall look forward to your career most earnestly.
We shall watch your career with great interest.
That's the line. Yes.
Oh god.
Yeah.
I don't know how to rate this movie. Like it still has some of the hallmarks of a classic Indiana Jones movie, but it's kind of hard to watch at times. I'm kind of gonna be kind of reasonable and say maybe it's like a 7. Like it's still watchable, but yeah, the tone's weird. It's pretty flaky at times.
Mm-hmm.
Although I did like Short Round when I was a kid, but now as an adult, and I'm like,
yeah,
oof, big oof.
Stereotypical.
What about you, Evan? What would you rate it?
I'm in Cody's camp. I'm gonna give it, to be generous, I'll give it like a 6 out of 5 because I did have some fun with it when I was a kid.
A 6 out of 5.
Sorry,
okay.
6 out of 10. God damn it! I couldn't decide between like a 5 or a 6.
I loved when we were watching 1941 together, and you're like, I like this movie more than Temple of Doom. And I'm like, that's a bold statement, and I love you for it.
Believe it or not, this...
So we seem to be saying... Oh, go ahead.
This actually isn't my least... I don't know... Okay, try not to ask me what my favorite Spielberg movie is, because I genuinely don't know. I'm torn between so many.
It's pretty hard, yeah.
I know what my least favorite is, and I'll get to that, but yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, we shall look forward to that.
I was about to say that we've been saying the word fun a lot. Like, his career, since it took off, has been consistently fun.
Yeah, or thrilling, yeah.
And that was actually kind of a criticism at the time as well, as much as, you know, everybody's going to have a critic. So apparently back then, Spielberg, despite him, you know, like his movies were making money, not his monies were making movies.
Well, nowadays
that wouldn't happen until later.
His career was also docked for kind of being kind of like shallow and kind of like, you know, okay, you're having so much fun, can you be serious? So he decided to make his first serious film to kind of prove himself a little bit worthy with The Color Purple.
And that's where the seeds were planted.
1985.
1985. I've only seen this movie once, and I remember it definitely went through it with its best intentions of just trying to, you know, portray that really terrible period in American times. The problem is that, and I think this is actually something I realized recently when I was researching it, is that apparently a lot of people that were fans of the book were not impressed with this film because it didn't dive deep into like what the film was about, and it was just trying to sort of make light out of a very dark subject matter. And I'm like, that's what kind of felt off about it. It didn't really get into like the things that should make us feel uncomfortable, because I think later on, like, Steve McQueen would perfect that beautifully in 12 Years a Slave.
Yeah, right.
That would come later. Like, this film just broadly kind of just goes through it kind of superficially, and it's kind of like, okay, you're still sort of in your camp of, like, making things kind of light, but you gotta, like, really, like, you know, dive into the material that you're given, you know?
I've only seen The Color Purple once.
It is crazy.
Lyle and I, when we did our Uncomfortable Movies episode, our buddy Sean talked about this, and we were sold on a genuinely uncomfortable movie. I thought it was going to be another 12 Years a Slave, and I'm like, I felt
it's kind of tame. It's tame by comparison.
Yeah, like
pretty tame by comparison.
This wasn't the last time Spielberg would delve into this subject matter. He would do that for a couple more movies later on, but we'll get to those later.
Yeah.
The Color Purple.
Yeah, I mean the acting's pretty good.
Like there are some powerful moments.
Yeah.
Like Danny.
You got Oprah.
That's
in the
true.
movie.
Yeah.
You got Whoopi Goldberg
in her first performance. Yeah.
Danny Glover gives a genuinely like terrifying performance in some scenes, not every scene, but yeah.
Yeah, it's uneven with him, but yeah, he does good with the material he has. Yeah. I don't know. Mm. This one's kind of hard for me because I know what it's trying to say and what it's trying to do, but it's kind of hard for me to like really want to watch this again. It's pretty long too,
Yeah.
which is going to be something I'm going to be
Yeah,
saying a
yeah.
lot, especially later on in his career. But
this is
I don't
another
know,
one of those
It's a
movies.
definitive 6 out of 10. It's a definitive 6 out of 10.
I would
for me.
agree. I would agree.
I think the acting elevates it to at least a 7 for me. But yeah, it's not one I look back on with like, oh yeah, I gotta see that again. That's one of my favorite Spielberg movies. Yeah. But it's
However,
yes.
oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna
I was
say.
about to say. However, his next few films of taking movies seriously he's definitely going to be perfecting
he
a
will
craft
be
of
making
taking-
many. There will be great things coming to us soon. Yes.
So, okay, so it's the year 1987. The last time Steven Spielberg tackled World War II, it was a screwball comedy, but he would more than make up for it with a little movie called Empire of the Sun. This is pretty for his like second, like for his first official World War II drama. This is pretty good.
It's really good. I thoroughly enjoy this movie. I think it's very well done.
Okay, so you want to talk about child actors? The kid who has to carry this movie would go on to be one of the greatest actors of our time, Christian Bale.
Yeah, the whole time I was watching this movie, I was like, "What are you doing here, Evan?"
Young Christian Bale does not look like what I looked like as a kid. I'm just gonna say, but yeah. So the point,
a little bit.
The plot is, Christian Bale is a boy who grows up with British aristocrats who are residing in China at a particularly bad time in history, because in 1941, before Japan officially entered World War II, they had a military expansion campaign throughout Eastern China and Southeast Asia. Like, they were invading countries all over the place. And the movie begins where right after Pearl Harbor, the Japanese invade Shanghai, and they basically Christian Bale, his family of wealthy British aristocrats, they live an otherwise peaceful life amongst the Chinese dignitaries. That all is disrupted when Christian Bale gets separated from his mom and dad. He has to he's eventually surviving throughout the whole entire war. Most of his existence throughout World War II is spent in a Japanese internment camp, and I've seen other movies that have showcased how brutal the Japanese were. Like, of all the Axis powers, the Japanese had a gnarly reputation for treating their prisoners of war and their POWs like they were subhuman. Like, they underfed them. They left them to die of illness and starvation. But by the end of... In fact, there are horrific photographs of Americans and British that when they were liberated from the Japanese camps, they looked like walking skeletons. Like, the Japanese underfed them that much. They don't quite showcase that much, but the emotional horror of what this kid goes through is showcased quite well. My favorite scene in the whole movie is actually one that, if you guys know me, you probably might be able to guess. It's that's the look at the sky. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, the plane sequence.
Yeah. The kid also.
I was gonna say, because Evan,
there's a lot of great moments in this movie. I feel like Spielberg really takes advantage of, his opportunity to take advantage of scale and to actually have his tracking shots and just sort of feel a little bit more like grander, but not have to have it with a lot of energy, which is what a lot of his films were earlier.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it definitely generates like a really like character-driven kind of study almost, and that theme that I mentioned earlier about just being separated from your family, like he does definitely have that being a reoccurring thing in his films.
Yeah.
Right. I think John Malkovich is like my favorite part of this.
He is pretty
I
good.
loved his character. He's like this. He's like this survivalist who's clearly been doing this a lot longer than the main character. So he tries his best to be very detached and like try not to get hooked on anything. And like I don't know, I know John Malkovich. He's almost like a meme now. He has been since the '90s, but like this is a really great performance from him. It's not one that not enough people talk about. Really underrated Spielberg character.
This is another element of the
Ben Stiller's in this movie too.
Who?
Ben Stiller is in this movie too.
Oh my god!
I forgot about that.
But you know what?
Yeah, he's a prisoner.
You know what though? The one horrific element of this movie that I didn't see coming was he's separated from his parents for so long that he actually starts to forget their faces, and when he is reunited with them at the very end, like it takes him a second to process who they are. Like I can't imagine going through something like that.
It seemed kind of unrealistic to me.
He creates like the what do you call it, the bomb when it goes off, and like the cloud, like the smoke and the cloud, mushroom cloud, it almost creates almost like a bittersweet kind of moment out of it, which was just controversial maybe. But I think the end result was something very like cinematic as well.
The reason why it's controversial by today's standards, but it was controversial even back then because the thing is, to the Japanese that was horrific, but to the American POWs in mainland Japan, that signified the end of the war because Japan surrendered after Nagasaki went up in flames. Yeah,
that's right.
For his first type of serious film, I think he definitely knocked it out of the park. I'll give it a 9. Yeah, actually, I quite enjoy this film.
I'm gonna give it. The thing is, like, you know, it was emotionally, it's a very difficult premise. But for that, I would give it an 8. My Letterboxd review seems a little my star rating on Letterboxd seems a little harsher, but I really did enjoy this movie. Maybe another viewing will maybe have me enjoy it a little more, but yeah, for the time being, I give it an 8. It's really good. It's powerful, emotionally tough to process, but it's a very well done movie.
I didn't really feel the same way with this movie. I like the performances just fine. I think I was mostly hurt by the pacing.
That's
this is like
what I'm getting
pretty long for Spielberg standards, and I don't know. Not a lot of it stuck with me by the end.
It's not an overly long Spielberg. It feels longer than it actually is, but its runtime is pretty standard. It's your standard 2.5.
I think after a while, I kind of had to speed through because I was like, I want this to end already. So for that, I think I'm just gonna have to give this a 7. I'll watch it again.
I would like.
Maybe I'll feel differently.
Later,
maybe a second watch should help it, but I don't know.
I really liked it the first time I saw it, but I do want to see it again to kind of see how I feel about it. Now, I have to say, in talk about his runtime, I want to kind of explain why I suspect his movies feel long and why they are like longer than the average Hollywood film. The reason I suspect that is because even in his movies where the runtime is average, like in E.T., there are a lot of movies where Spielberg will direct scenes where he just lets the characters breathe and develop. Like, no action, no, on screen. It could be as simple as like a dinner table conversation or like two characters just chilling. His movies have tons of those moments, and those.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's actually, I'm happy we're doing this, of like kind of going through each and every one of his films, because I've actually been trying to figure out like what was the point that like he may or may not have like lost his touch, because we seem to be taught, like, everyone, when we say Spielberg, you always think of like his earlier stuff, his more iconic stuff, and I get the impression that like he had his heart in the right place a little bit more in his youth. But as he grew older and became a smarter filmmaker and also a businessman, and I know we'll get to that as well, for developing companies and all that, and just having a name for himself in the industry, like he claims he has gotten definitely smarter and more honorable if he wants to like get into even like biopics, but I feel like a lot of the fun doesn't really come back, and I think I know the moment, and we're very close to it, and I'll get to it actually. But let's continue forward.
It's like he's a Pokemon. He starts to evolve. Get used to 2 hours and 25 minutes. That's all I gotta say. I've noticed a trend.
In 1989, this actually marked a first in Spielberg's career, but it wouldn't be the last. For the first time in his career, he released 2 movies that he directed in the same year. The first one was Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which was a very, in terms of a capping off a trilogy of a decent adventure story and with a great character. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade is a welcome return to the formula that made Raiders so heartfelt and so passionate. They bring back Sala, they bring back Marcus Brody. We didn't even talk about Marcus Brody in Raiders of the Lost Ark. In this movie, he actually does go on the adventure, and like I said, Sala comes back, and a new character is introduced, Henry Jones Sr., which makes Indy Henry Jones Jr. Yeah.
Junior. Dad.
What?
Dad.
What? The fucking place is
I'm gonna say a hot take, guys. This is my favorite out of the Indiana Jones franchise.
I don't hate that too. I'm maybe call me the purist, but I'm gonna say Raiders is my favorite. But Last Crusade is a close second.
Technically,
I actually would say I like Raider Crusade almost as much as I like.
You got like the late great River Phoenix opening up that scene as like a young Indy.
Belongs in a museum.
Totally kicks it off. There's so many little nice moments in the movie. There's a lot of like subversions of expectations when you compare like little tropes that happened in Raiders of the Lost Ark, like the one you mentioned, Evan, about like, you know, going against the guy with a gun or a guy with a sword, but then you pick up your gun, but he's like, oh shit, I don't have my gun. You know, like nice little moments like that.
You know what I just noticed? They in terms of 2 iconic characters played by Harrison Ford, they show the origins of young Indiana Jones. They show in less than 15 minutes. They show how Indy got his adventure spirit, how he got his whip, and how he got his hat, all in the span of 15 minutes. It wasn't like that other character where they had to make a whole movie and he gets his name from a fucking Imperial dignitary. Solo! Solo, take notes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
But I just find it amazing, like, Han Solo's origin story had a whole movie, and how they explained how he got everything was horrible. But how Indiana Jones got to be who he is, they explain that with a backstory, a flashback scene in the 3rd movie, less than 15 minutes long, and it tells you everything you need to know so succinctly. And also River Phoenix.
Right.
The dynamic between Harrison Ford and Sean Connery is definitely the highlight of this film.
Absolutely.
And the scene where
they have such good chemistry, and it's great to see like them kind of evolve after them just kind of like butting heads the entire movie almost.
One of my
and it actually had it actually led to a climax that was a bit like I found a little bit more rewarding, and a little bit like I was actually kind of a little bit more on the edge of my seat. Yeah. With the whole Holy Grail.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the 3 trials.
Like, I don't know. I find it a little bit more intense than what happened in Raiders.
Well, because
he does feel more proactive.
It does. Well, it's kind of like, you know, like with the Ark, we were told straight up that the Ark is dangerous and the Nazis have no clue what they're getting themselves into. So when you you see the Nazis open up the Ark, you know they're fucked, but you don't know how fucked they are until you see their faces get melted off. With the Grail, you're led to assume the whole movie that it gives you eternal life, but what you don't know until the end is there are many Grails and you have to choose. I hope you choose wisely.
He chose poorly.
And by the way, Walter Donovan dies one of the scariest deaths I've ever seen in a movie. Like
and his eyes rolled back, and he just dries into a corpse.
In the span of a few seconds, he ages 1,000 years and turns to dust.
Classic Harryhausen style animation there. Yeah. I like that.
Oh yeah.
And can we talk about that tank sequence? My lord.
Yes, the tank scene. I was just about to say the tank scene's incredible. That's a fucking exciting ass scene.
Every single character gets their little moment to shine. Indy gets to shoot 3 guys in a row, and he's just like, huh.
Yeah. Even Marcus and Sala get moments too.
The pen is mightier than the sword. And then, speaking of scary deaths, the way that general's face looks as he crashes the cliff, like, ugh.
Yeah.
Can we just talk about how the movie doesn't give a shit about explaining how Indy survived that fall?
Indy's like just there.
He just crawls up.
Like, what are we looking at?
And then even everyone's confused. It's like, oh hey, Jude, my son.
So good. My two biggest. There are some really funny laughs. Like this. I think this movie has the best laughs out of all the Indiana Jones movies, and the moments are cheesy, but they don't detract from like the tone of the movie. Unlike Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, which we'll get to later, but in Last Crusade, like the scene where one example, it's not my favorite, but the scene where the trap door that revolves and it puts them like in the office of the Nazis in the castle.
I find when I sit down and think, the problem resolves itself.
And then my two biggest laughs in the whole movie are when they're on the Zeppelin and not Indy's disguised as a Nazi guard taking tickets, and the guy who's following him it's like, ticket please, and then the guy's like, you're coming with me. Indy punches him and throws him out the window, and all the passengers are looking, and then he's like, no ticket. And then everyone just runs up to him with their tickets, because it's like, is that what happens?
I love it.
But not only is that is that hilarious, but it actually shows in accurate detail how German citizens feared the Nazis, because the Nazis were brutal dictators. Like they ruled with an iron fist. Yeah. So in a way, it's funny, and
just because you're German didn't mean you were one of them.
Exactly. Like a lot of Germans. A lot of Germans suspected that the Nazis were only going after Jews and gypsies and whatnot, but no, any Jew who questioned the Nazi rule was considered an enemy of this. Any German.
Any German.
Any German who questioned the Nazi rule was considered an enemy of the state. So,
what's the other funny moment you liked, Evan?
When there is a dive bomber coming after a Messerschmitt dive bomber coming after them.
Oh my god, the birds!
And,
This wrecks the plane. I don't even remember what he said afterwards, but the look of satisfaction on his face where he's just walking with the umbrella.
And the birds destroy this plane. Yeah.
Kind of horrifying, actually, but just that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of want to rewatch this movie now. I've watched a lot in preparation for this podcast. Didn't get around to this. I want to rewatch this one again.
Yeah.
I will gladly give it a 10.
Now,
Oh, okay. I wouldn't give it... I would actually give it the same rating as Raiders, a 9, but I do prefer it over Raiders.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's I like both of them. I watch both of them.
Yeah, it's neck and neck, but I just prefer a lot of aspects more. And
I will give Last Crusade a 9 as well. Now, I actually have to sit this one out because I have not had the time as of this recording to watch Always, so you two talk about it.
Always. Okay, to be honest, Evan, you're not really missing much.
Really? Because
it's
when I found out this movie was about a plane, I'm like, planes? I'm in.
Yeah. To summarize the plot briefly, Richard Dreyfuss, again, is a third appearance in a Spielberg movie? Yeah.
Third, yeah.
Yeah, he is a forest firefighter pilot guy. The people who fly into forest fires and drop the nitrate over it so that it extinguishes, or at least trying to control the flames anyways. So he's the best of the best. He's just about to retire. He's just about to marry Holly Hunter. He's got a best friend played by John Goodman. And on his last he had 1 day till retirement, and his plane blew up. And that's not a spoiler, because the whole point of the movie is he is a ghost who hangs around Holly Hunter and wants her to be a pilot and to find love again after years of grieving. And it's a movie. I don't really have an opinion.
It's definitely, it's not bad. I don't mind it. It's just very safe and sentimental, and there's the parts that are kind of like,
pretty schmaltzy, yeah.
tearjerker kind of stuff. It's like him kind of laying it on kind of thin. Not the most memorable, but while I was watching it, I guess I enjoyed myself fairly. I don't know. I'd give it like a 6, but I wouldn't go back to it anytime soon.
I kind of gave it like a 5. Like, the thing of it is like, I feel like anyone could have made this. Maybe someone should have,
Yeah.
But it's just like, if I want to see a movie with Elastigirl and James P. Sullivan arguing, I'll just stick with Raising Arizona.
Can I be honest?
But
you want to talk?
I think, Evan, you would probably like this movie.
Okay.
I think you would get something out of it. You like planes, and you like the actors. So.
On a note that you said, Cody, it feels like anyone could have made this. This actually would apply to a lot of Spielberg movie. Not a lot of Spielberg movies, but it feels like, like stuff like The Color Purple and quite honestly, Sugarland Express. Those are movies that I feel like anyone could have made. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Didn't really require his touch.
Yeah.
Not a great note to end the 80s on. So, Cody, I guess you're back in your element now, because now we're in the 90s.
Okay.
Yay! And we're starting off with one film that I've seen this so many fucking times as a kid. You have no idea. I've probably seen Hook is just as amount of times as like JP or E.T.
Looky,
man.
I got hooky.
Step.
Where do I begin? Hook, I mean, it's the story of Peter Pan, but with a little bit of a twist. Like, Robin Williams, the late great Robin Williams, is playing a businessman, Peter Banning, who neglects his kids, and there's a lot of like nice, cute foreshadows and like kind of like symbolism in the movie that like as a kid was like, oh, kind of cute. You pick up on these kind of things, and then like his kids get kidnapped by Captain Hook, and Julia Roberts, who plays Tinkerbell, comes to Peter and be like, oh my God, Peter, you're all grown up, but you have to come to Neverland again to save your kids and rejoin with the Lost Boys. And it's just like, this movie is just, it has such a self-defense mechanism where it's like, I'm so nostalgic about it. It's flawed. It's very flawed. But there's just something very endearing and fun about this film that I kind of have to give it a bit of a pass and say I give it a strong 8.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty
there's just
generous.
there's so much wonderful things. It's like I know that it has like a lot of like sloppiness in it, and some things are kind of over the top, and like the set design is kind of crummy, and like there's, I don't know. You guys go ahead. I don't know.
The production value makes the movie look overproduced, quite honestly. But in the best.
I feel bad because I don't really like this movie. Like at all. But
this movie gets
understandable.
I see the amount of money and the amount of work put into it, and I'm just like, God damn it! Why am I not feeling this? Like, come on.
One thing I kind of
should like Robin Williams as Peter Pan.
Yeah.
But it was built up as like being a big franchise thing because, believe it or not, the soundstage that they shot this movie on was none other than the same one that they did The Wizard of Oz.
That's sacred ground.
Wow, really?
They thought this was gonna be like the new generation's like the Wizard of Oz. Like, there's a lot of production development hell stories behind this. It was a mess. I think this might have been like the first very bad production hell since Jaws that Steven Spielberg has experienced.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah,
I'm unaware of this.
Oh yeah, there's issues with like the script. Like Nick Castle had a lot like. He had a completely different story at the time, and it got rewritten. Yeah, there's a lot of drama, a lot of shit involved with it.
Okay, so I noticed that 2.5 decades later, Hollywood would go on a bit of a streak where they started demythologizing characters in movies and mythical characters. This is an instance where they demythologize Peter Pan almost, but it actually works. Like, because they cast Robin Williams to play the perfect man-child. And another thing...
He's kind of unlikable for, like, most of the first act, though.
He is until the end.
I think that's the point, but that's the point, though.
But then again, Robin Williams playing, at first, unlikable characters isn't really a new thing. Like, in Flubber and Mrs. Doubtfire, he's unlikable. It works by the end.
It put me off when I was younger, so...
When I saw... Do you know that...
I mean, anytime... Like, with Peter Pan, it's like... Well, sorry, not with Peter Pan. With the moment when he realizes that his happy thought was... his kids, like he's a father and he's like flying, he's like, oh my god, I found my happy thought, oh no, I lost it, and he starts falling, and Tinkerbell's like, no, just hold on to that happy thought, Peter, and then he stops right before he's about to hit the ground, and Robin Williams just kind of smiles into the camera, and like just that John Williams score is building up, and then he just flies off and he's already in the tights. I just always get chills. I'm sorry.
It happens like an hour and 40 minutes into the movie too.
So
we don't.
It's overly long. I'll give it that. It's a very long movie.
Like 40 minutes.
Now
I think they could have cut this down.
No, you know what?
No, let's talk about Hook. I guess
this is the thing. Remember how Red Letter Media famously said the Anakin Skywalker is not the main character of the Phantom Menace because he doesn't show up until 40 minutes in. Captain James Hook doesn't show up till 40 minutes into this either. So he's not the main character either. Well, anyway, so point is,
he's the antagonist.
Dustin Hoffman as Hook and Bob Hopkins as Smee. They're
what?
Fun.
They're the best part.
The first time I ever saw Hook was actually at a summer camp, and we had a movie day. I remember. Okay, rewatching it is a fascinating experience. Bob Hoskins as Smee. There's a scene in the first scene he shares with Robin Williams. He comes so close to actually one-upping Williams, like as a comedian. I'm like, that's rare. Like, not many, when you put Robin Williams with other comedians, it's rare that, they can be on his level. But, like, Bob Hoskins came close.
He's kind of a straight man throughout most of it.
Yeah, well, Bob Hoskins came close.
It's not until he, like, transforms that he gets funny again.
Yeah, well, Bob Hoskins' Smee came close to being funnier than Robin Williams, and that's impressive to me. But talking about the first... Okay, so when I was a kid, Peter Pan was my favorite Disney movie, and I loved the fight between... In the 1950s animated movie, where Peter fights Hook. Hook in that movie is a very funny villain, and there isn't really... The scariest thing he does in that movie is he shoots his own crew member for singing, and but after that, the rest of the movie, he's just a really funny, like, he's a funny villain, and I wasn't really scared of him.
What happens to him is funny.
No, what happens to him is funny, but also but in this movie, Hook is terrifying. Because he's sinister, he strikes a very commanding presence amongst. He basically rules.
He'll torture one of his crewmates who didn't think highly of him.
Yeah, that's true. Also,
he basically gaslighted somebody in a crowd. Like, who was the person that didn't believe I'm the greatest one? It was you, wasn't it? And believe it or not, the guy that was like, yeah, it was me, I did it. It's actually Glenn Close.
Oh, seriously? Wow.
Oh, really? Oh yeah,
the guy
in this.
That pirate that they shoved into that box and just put a bunch of scorpions in it was Glenn Close. It's such a random cameo.
I didn't know that. I hear George Lucas and Carrie Fisher have cameos in this too. I didn't catch it. But...
Yeah, they play a couple kissing on the bridge when Peter's being lifted off to Neverland. Like all the fairy dust is like falling down, and there's just like a couple in the background. Just they start floating up. You won't even tell that that's them. But, I mean,
it's one of those.
It's because it's so far away.
Don't tell Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
But anyways, no, Hook is at first Hook is terrifying, but he gets really funny in the scene where he's talking to Smee, and he actually has an existential crisis, and there actually is a joke about suicide that can be interpreted as a little edgy, but
Don't stop me, Smee. Don't stop me, Smee. Smee, stop me! Don't stop me, Smee!
I should. Okay, in our mental health awareness society, I shouldn't
like
laugh at this
this
at all, but I can't help it. It was funny.
Yeah, that caught me off guard. I was like, really? That's in this movie? I forgot.
But yeah, it's
Hook is a frickin' bastard in this. Like, he actually manages to get Peter Pan's kids to put him against, like, now, Peter himself. Well, at least the son.
That was something that the Hook in the animated Disney classic failed to do, because Hook tried to turn the Darling kids against Peter Pan, but he failed. Also, one line from the animated movie wound up being a bit of a reoccurring line in this movie. That was good form. Like, Hook is always saying, "Oh, good form," and then when Peter's kid like sees Hook like be a literal backstabber, he's like, "Bad form!" Like, wow, that's actually,
he cheats all the time in this movie.
Yeah.
And let us not forget the wild card in this film, Rufio.
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 In an age where
played by Dante Basco.
Now,
who would later go on to be in Avatar: Last Airbender as the best character.
Can I just comment?
He just loves stealing scenes. What can I say?
Can I just comment on the casting, like, of the Lost Boys? Like, before, like, our society was obsessed with representation and diversity, this was a diverse cast, and you got to give them credit for that. Like, that was
pretty diverse, yeah.
Yeah.
What was that? Yeah. What was the name of the big kid?
Yeah, that was cool.
I forget his name.
Oh, Thud.
Yeah, when I was a kid, when he would roll like that, I thought it was a stuntman, but it's just like some prop that they fling at everyone. And like,
just look up the making of that. It is literally just like a big rolled up pillow thing that just looks like him.
Yeah, and they fling it at people. It's funny. I liked his character too.
Who is it that said this? Someone said this movie feels like it's Goonies of the Caribbean, and I started laughing.
That's not a bad comparison, actually. I would agree.
Goonies of the Caribbean. That is so perfect. I started laughing when I heard that.
Wow.
God damn it! Why didn't I think of that for my Letterboxd review?
Goonies of the Caribbean.
Oh man. Speaking of which, how would you guys rate Hook? So Cody gave it an 8.
I give it an 8.
I'm gonna give Hook. I'll give Hook an 8 too. It's fun. It's ambitious. It's creative, and it's clever. I like it.
It's flawed. It's flawed, but fun.
I think that I don't think I hold the same rose tinted glasses with you guys. I never watched this movie very much as a kid. I didn't like it. Rewatching it again as an adult, it still doesn't really win me over. I have to give it like a 5.
Okay.
Not big on it.
That's okay.
Cool.
But
I as long as I admit that it's nostalgia for me, then that's all I have to say.
To be fair, this is one of his more divisive movies, so there are two camps when it comes to Hook, so
all right.
It's not unusual.
Well,
what's next, Scott? You guys, we're not even done the 90s
talking
yet.
About divisiveness.
We're at the 2-hour mark.
The next... Oh, we are? Hey, this podcast is approaching the average runtime of a Spielberg movie. Anyways, so...
Not quite, but yeah.
The next year of the 90s that Spielberg would make a couple movies, there is no divide between these. They are universally praised as some of the best movies ever made by fans.
Best year of his career.
Jurassic Park.
The peak year, as I was saying before. This to me is... It is peak Spielberg. 1993 is peak Spielberg.
We can't... Jurassic Park needs no introduction. We have talked about this so many times on the So to Speak show.
Yeah, god damn it.
So, but here's the thing, like, the production that went into making these dinosaurs look the way they did is worth all the shout-outs in the world. The iconic score by John Williams. The fact that... Okay, do you know that when I saw Jurassic Park for the first time when I was 8, I was expecting to see a ton of dinosaurs, and the reality is you don't see that many dinosaurs, but when you do see them, they look damn good. And that's the point. The point is, it is more about the conversation about, we became so obsessed with if we could, we didn't stop to think maybe we should. So, and Steven Spielberg, he stood on the shoulders of the genius Michael Crichton, and before he even knew what he had, he patented it, he packaged it, he slapped it on a plastic lunchbox, and now he's going to sell it. He's going to sell it, and it's going to be like, wasn't this like the highest grossing film of '93? Like Jurassic Park, it would be years before another movie like trounced Jurassic Park at the box office. This movie dominated
give it 4 years. Give James Cameron a call. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, it would be a very long time before Jurassic Park had a challenger at the box office, because this movie dominated all summer long of 1993. And believe it or not, at the time this movie came out, my mom and dad and myself lived in the tiny woodland town of Haliburton, Ontario, and they left me with my nana when I was just over a year old, and they went into town to see Jurassic Park, and they said it was one of the scariest movies they ever saw. So you can already see...
Yeah, I heard that a lot too when I was a kid.
No, but it just goes back to show, like, just like with Jaws, like, Jaws is marketed as an action-adventure film, but Jurassic Park is marketed as a sci-fi film with a horror element to it, and Jaws was marketed as an action-adventure film with a horror element to it. Like, it fits in both categories. And, of course, the toys were everywhere. Cody, I find it interesting to know that you were actually born the month this movie came out.
I was born like 3 days before this movie came out, or after, something like that.
Come on, little one. Come on, then. I insist in being there when they're born.
Actually, Veronica jokes and says, I saw the movie in the theater in 1993 as well, because, funny enough, her parents saw Jurassic Park while she was in her mother's womb.
In utero. Nice.
She would...
And her
if she was in the womb...
Her mom wasn't too impressed with the movie, actually, and then I think her dad said something along the lines of like, "Wow, that movie felt so fast. Wow, it felt like we just sat in there for like a half an hour. It was so weird."
It is one of his brisker movies.
It's 2.5 hours long.
2 hours?
But it's 2.5 hours long.
No, it's 2 hours.
It's 2 hours long, but it feels short. It really does. It's one of his shorter movies, but yeah.
Oh yeah, no. This is my second favorite Spielberg movie. Like it inspired me to become a filmmaker. It has it all. The realistic acting, the incredible special effects, just a great balance of awe-inspiring scenes and terror. And it's just too bad that our generation fucking ruined it because of our reverence over it.
No, take it up.
It was like in a bottle.
Take it up with Universal for hiring other filmmakers to stand where Spielberg stood. Anyways, we're not even done 1993 yet. There was another movie.
Don't we have to rank
10? But 10.
Jurassic Park,
100%.
Jurassic.
10
Oh, sorry, the ratings. By the way, so Jurassic Park for me 10, no question.
Give it a 9.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I get it. If it doesn't have the same reverence...
I'm not gonna just... It's weird. Like, I don't know. I don't love it as much as everyone, but it is pretty great and holds up pretty well even to this day.
But yeah, no, like, this movie, like, my 8-year-old ass went crazy for dinosaurs, and I saw Jurassic Park just at the right time when I was crazy for dinosaurs. In fact, Disney's Dinosaur... I saw the trailer for Disney's Dinosaur, and I went to see Disney's Dinosaur, and that movie made me want to see more dinosaur things. So Jurassic Park came in the wake of Disney's Dinosaur, and ironically, Disney's Dinosaur would not exist if not for Jurassic Park, because the special effects in that movie are the reason Disney's Dinosaur came to be. As well as many other dinosaur-related cinema later on. Moving on. So
what's next?
It's too bad.
What's next?
It's too bad that our next movie is. It's too bad that we didn't have to end off on a happy note, because this isn't.
It's not.
Oh Lord.
Note to end off on the air.
This is debatably one of the greatest movies Spielberg has ever made. Like, even if it's not your favorite, you cannot deny how much of his blood, sweat, and tears went into this. And I believe I've said this on a previous show, but Schindler's List, which came out later in 93, is Spielberg's passion project in the truest sense of the word, because he was one thing we forgot to.
I would call it his masterpiece, honestly.
Yeah, well, the reason why is
I
because
stand by that.
He grew up in the Deep South post World War II in a Jewish family. Despite the fact that the world learned about the horrors of the Holocaust, anti-Semitism reigned strong throughout most of the world, despite the fact that the world knew that the Nazis tried to abolish a whole race of people. So, as a result of, cultural stigmatization and anti-Semitism, Spielberg kind of kept the fact that he was Jewish a secret for many years. Schindler's List was his way of telling the filmmaking community and the world's audience, yeah, I'm Jewish. This is my history. This is its brutal reality. I don't care. I'm telling this story. Enjoy. Liam Neeson.
Yeah, because like that's what like basically what he wanted to say with it was that like he said I had a lot of insecurities growing up because I just didn't want to get into the history of Judaism like too much. But then this movie, in fact, actually, when he married Kate Capshaw, she converted to Judaism, which also kind of inspired him to make this project a little bit more at the time. The movie, it results in like a story that is, I think the whole movie is summarized with just that visual image of the little girl in the red dress, where this is during the Holocaust. It's a terrible time. 6 million people getting literally slaughtered. But like a little bit of glimmer of hope within this bleakness is that like Oskar Schindler saves like 1,100 Jewish people. And it's like a story that is all symbolized with that visual image of just like a little girl wandering in the street. And apparently that's what Oskar Schindler said. Like, I think I saw an interview with Liam Neeson where when he was doing research on him, he's like, he did notice a girl just in the middle of all this like crazy devastation when he was looking down on this town. The one thing that stood out to him was like, this little girl has no parents right now.
Yeah.
And like, that's what like that, and I think that's what like the focus on the whole film was with Spielberg, was to show that symbolism, and I think he does it very beautifully. It's almost like a documentary at points.
It really is.
The way it's just like edited. Yeah. It's definitely his most reserved film. It's the movie that won him his first and second Oscar for Best Picture and for Director.
Yeah, no, well deserved.
It's him at his absolute craft of making a serious film.
But think about
this. I think it's a marvelous film. The problem is it's probably the most depressing, one of the most depressing movies I've ever seen in my life.
It really is.
It's hard to get through.
I actually have the opposite opinion. Like, I can actually sit through this movie from beginning to end. I know I've been complaining a lot about run times, but despite being like over 3 hours, I don't feel the length with this one whatsoever.
Yeah,
I'm glued.
I don't even feel comfortable talking about this because this is the movie that got Liam Neeson his big. This is the movie that made George Lucas notice Liam Neeson, and that's what got him the role of Qui-Gon Jinn in The Phantom Menace. Liam Neeson just
what a comparable
owns the role. He's so powerful. That's why I said it feels almost inappropriate to compare the two. But
and Ben Kingsley too. Ben Kingsley does a good job in this too.
My favorite performance by far is Ray Fiennes.
Oh jeez, Ray Fiennes.
Amon Goth is one of the
worst. Oh my god.
The fact that he's based on a real person and there's been so many testimonies that he did all that. Highly
they show
venomous villain.
They show that when in the scene where he's hanged for war crimes and he says Heil Hitler before he bites the dust, they actually establish what this guy's fate was in real life. So another thing that the most disturbing scene
I love how completely unsmooth that scene is. Like the chair doesn't break in a single kick. They need 3 people to destroy that support.
Yeah.
I like that.
But one of the most disturbing scene in the movie for me is where, and this is, I kind of neglected to talk about this, but Steven Spielberg is a master of suspense and suspense payoff or suspense subversion. The guy knows how to toy with suspense when he crafts a scene. And I'll explain this. And I feel like Schindler's List is the perfect example.
The shower scene?
Yes, the scene where he discovers that when he's trying to save a bunch of these Jews, he discovers that some of them were accidentally shipped off to Auschwitz. Anyone who knows their history of the Holocaust knows how much of a horror show Auschwitz was. And I knew this going.
It's the most infamous one.
I know this going into the movie because that's where Auschwitz had the gas chambers. Now there's a scene where a bunch of them are literally herded in.
All the women. They're
stripped naked and they're herded into a room. And for a couple minutes, the scene is pitch black, like you can't see anything. And at first, my skin was crawling because I'm like, oh god. Are they going to do gas? No, they do showers. But then that was the most terrifying scene in the movie for me because anyone who knows anything about Auschwitz knows what went down there, and it wasn't pretty. So that's why...
It's funny. It's like compared to I know earlier we were saying movies like The Color Purple, they kind of pull their punches.
Yeah.
I think this is the first film of his, maybe debatably Empire of the Sun, where it's no, you see the full brutality on display here.
Oh. It wouldn't be the last time. It wouldn't be the last time a brutal...
corpses laid out everywhere.
Yeah, and this wouldn't
everything, just the whole 9 years, and the levels of desperation that a lot of these people had to go through to stay hidden, or to keep themselves out of harm's way. It's pretty inhumane treatment, honestly.
Yeah,
really heartbreaking stuff.
One of my brother.
Anything else to say, really?
My brother shared this with me. My brother, as an adult, is typically very emotionally reserved and guarded when he watches a movie. He rarely laughs. He rarely if he likes something, he'll talk about it after, but he'll say, "I liked it generally." My brother watched Schindler's List as an adult, and he said that parts of it actually made him cry. And I've never heard my brother talk about how he cried at a movie as an adult, and that's very powerful for me. So
it's a raw film. It's definitely a raw film.
Now I'm kind of tempted. I'm not sure if I would agree that 97 is Spielberg's peak year, but it's definitely a year where
93.
He flexed his directing muscles in the most truest sense of the word, because he made one of the most fun movies and most iconic movies ever made, followed by one of the most dramatic and most artistically creative and one of the most serious movies ever made. So that's when he flexed his dramatic.
And he's gone onto the record to say how I was able to pull that off in making two drastically different movies that year. He says, I'm just as baffled as you are.
Didn't he have to edit the films digitally? It was one of the first times where he had to have a satellite to edit while he was shooting the other movie. I heard a story about that.
I think so.
It was one of the first times that's ever been done.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's possible.
But I mean, they probably had him on a live video feed, just telling the editor what to do.
They didn't really have that back then, though. Video feed.
They got They got creative. So, on to the ratings. 10, no questions asked for Schindler's List.
10, 11.
11. No, yeah, 12.
I give it an 11.
12, 15.
No.
Yeah. No, Schindler's List.
Yeah, I give it a 10 as well. It's not a film that I watch all the time, but you have to be very respectful.
Okay, so
I would lean more towards a 9. I would say it's not one of my favorite films by him, but it's a masterpiece in terms of what it sets out to be.
Yeah,
it's probably the definitive Holocaust film.
I would say.
Oh,
I would say so very much. Schindler's List. It's a masterpiece. If you have not seen it, check it out. Now,
what's next?
I
need to pick me up.
Inevitably, he would take a 4-year hiatus off from directing, and the next film he actually made was another sequel. This is his 4th sequel, and I actually think it's to this day, the last sequel he's made. The Lost World Jurassic Park, released in 1997. Honestly, this movie exists because he pressured Michael Crichton to write. Michael Crichton initially didn't write a sequel novel to Jurassic Park. Spielberg said, if you write a novel that's a sequel to the Jurassic Park, I'll turn it into a movie. And to be honest,
he would later do that with Ready Player 2.
Oh yeah, that's true. We'll get into that. But
Ernest Cline, he and him talked a lot about that. But let's not talk about that yet.
The Lost World. I've said this in when we talked about Jurassic Park in the trilogies that should
franchises that need to die.
I don't remember what I said about that, but I honestly feel like the Jurassic Park movies should have ended where Spielberg stopped directing, because The Lost World ends on such a appropriate note. The T-Rex gets loose in civilization, and then they take it back to the island, and then they say, yeah, leave this island alone. Let these dinosaurs just roam free.
That was established by the first movie, though.
Well, yeah, I know. On Isla Nublar, the park goes to shit, and the dinosaurs presumably roam free. But for the sequel, they created another scenario where, oh, by the way, we had another island where we bred the dinosaurs in a natural thriving habitat before we moved them onto Isla Nublar. So Ian Malcolm goes to this island to rescue his girlfriend.
Really bored Ian Malcolm.
I actually, okay, in the first Jurassic Park,
I think he looks so tired in this movie.
Ironically, he's that's his character. His character in the first movie was like a quirky, socially awkward, I'm not afraid to hit on a guy's girlfriend, crazy scientist, or crazy chaotician. But in this movie, it feels like he's been through war, because he saw the horror of what can go wrong on an island with dinosaurs. And once he hears that his girlfriend, Sarah, went to an island where dinosaurs roam free. I wonder how it's going to turn out in Jurassic World Dominion, where him and her, Julianne Moore, come back. You know what?
I don't give a fuck.
I am no longer.
I'm sorry, Evan. Like, I think this is a really stupid movie. I know you have some reverence for it.
No,
but
you know what?
I got to be pretty transparent here.
The Lost World, I don't hate it as much. I actually don't even hate it. The reason why I liked it as a kid was because in the first Jurassic Park, I loved the dinosaur scenes, but I wanted to see more of them. You get your as a kid, I got my dinosaur action fill in The Lost World. That's why I like it. And even today, it's a message about environmental preservation, and it's a flawed message, don't get me wrong. It's not perfectly executed, but it sticks a hell of a lot better than Fallen Kingdom did. Oh my god, no.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I had to pick a Jurassic Park sequel, I guess this is pretty much the strongest one.
It really is. So,
but the bar isn't that high.
Yeah. So,
but at least Spielberg did. It was on his own terms.
Yeah, and keep in mind.
The film's fine. Yeah, the film is fine. It has some pretty intense action scenes, and it's a kind of an intriguing follow-up on all the events that happened in the previous film, but it kind of just feels like an empty film.
Yeah.
I don't know. At a lot of points, even though there's some good qualities, it's fine. I give it a 7.
I'm gonna give it. Are we allowed to give half ratings? I'd give it a 7.5.
No, I give it a 5.
Okay, fair enough. I give it a 7.5. So
don't like it. That fucking girl does an acrobatic flip and kills a dinosaur.
Oh yeah. Hey, you!
5.
Velociraptor is smart enough to open a door, but gets distracted by a gymnast.
Gets killed by a gymnast.
But anyways,
fuck that.
Anyways,
what's next?
I'm sorry that Cody, you asked for a pick-me-up. That's the closest thing to a pick-me-up you're gonna get, because the next movie. Actually,
I think I said that, but
Lyle.
Yeah, that was Lyle that said it. Yeah.
Lyle, you said you wanted to pick me up. I hate to tell you this, but The Lost World was the closest thing to a pick me up you're going to get, and you didn't enjoy it very much. The next movie,
for the next couple of years, yeah.
The next movie he does is another serious movie about civil rights called Amistad.
Well, he also made this in 1997.
Yeah, so this is the I believe third year on record where Spielberg directed 2 movies that were in the theater, and they're tonally very different because just like Schindler's List and the first Jurassic Park, Amistad and the Lost World are very, very, very different movies. Now, but honestly though,
and I have to, I would have to step out because I don't remember this movie at all.
I've seen it once. Remember this,
and I don't remember it at all. So for that, I would give it like a 5. I have zero. I have nothing to add. I saw it, and it was just in one ear out the other.
It's very fucking dry.
I watched it the day before recording this, so it's fresher in my mind.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday.
The plot is a slaver ship called the Amistad, which was en route from Africa to Cuba, winds up in Connecticut, and the slaves wind up in the custody of the local state government of Connecticut in 1839. And of course, slavery was a thing back then. The Civil War was a few years away, but the whole plot of the movie is they have a stacked cast, like Anthony Hopkins is John Quincy Adams, and
Morgan Freeman, Matthew
McConaughey,
very young Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, and I feel bad that I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Let me pull it up.
He was Korath in Guardians.
Demon Hounsu.
Yeah,
Jimon Hounsu.
Yeah. Give us free. Give us free.
Oh, I hate that scene.
You
That's
hate
literally
it?
like the epitome. Yeah, it's the epitome of everything I dislike about Spielberg rolled into one.
Why
like
do you dislike that?
The moments where it's like, oh, we're gonna have this emotional moment, and it just doesn't land. It feels so corny.
I thought.
I'm sorry, I don't.
I disagree with
That's
you.
one of my least favorite Spielberg scenes of all time.
I disagree with you because the reason, it's cheesy, but at the same time, you have to understand. These slaves do not speak a word of English.
Yeah, they don't understand English. I understand why they did that.
The fact that they mustered up a broken English to try and advocate for their own... That's the closest they get to speaking English to advocate for their own freedom, because every other scene, they have to have their... Oh, Chiwetel Ejiofor is the translator, which is great, yeah.
Yeah, like in theory, that would be a pretty effective scene, but I think the execution is what sunk it for me.
Yeah. So
I get the point.
I like that scene, and the other scene I like is, at the time, Anthony Hopkins plays former President John Quincy Adams, and he gives that great speech about how
he was good.
Yeah, no, I liked him because he's genuinely trying to stick up for these slaves, and it's it's cool. But anyways, not too much more to say about Amistad. I give it...
I think the only scene I liked... Sorry, I just want to talk about the only scene I liked. I liked the opening sequence on the boat, where they're unshackling themselves and they raise immunity. I love the way that scene was shot.
But there's another...
But the problem is that, the whole rest of the movie doesn't measure up to that.
There is another
level of intensity. Maybe there's a flashback or two showing their life on the boat and how they were, pretty much, treated like
subhuman
garbage, and they could just be killed, like subhuman garbage, and they could just be killed on a whim. That was pretty harrowing. But the rest of the movie's dry as a bone.
The scene where
it's too long.
The scene where they get taken from Africa and they're on the boat, and there's a scene where they're in a storm and the women are screaming in pain, and because I guess some of them died pneumonia, there's a scene where they're literally dumping bodies into the sea. That was a very haunting scene. No,
they were dumping bodies whether they were alive or not.
Oh, God.
They were all chained together and being thrown off while they were still breathing.
That was horrifying. Yeah.
That was the most harrowing image. I don't know. I don't have strong opinions on this movie. I think it's just kind of mediocre, to be honest. I'd probably give it maybe a...
I feel
what do you give it?
This is another movie where it doesn't have Spielberg's signature on it. It doesn't have his signature directing style, whatever that may be. I feel like, anyone could have made... This is another one of those, I feel like anyone could have made this.
I think someone else should have made this. Maybe, Hey, like Spike Lee or somebody, like someone who actually has a voice in the matter.
If it were,
Because this feels like a movie
if it
that
were made by
Spielberg doesn't.
Spike Lee,
It's not a movie that he has. It's not a movie that I think Spielberg had to tell.
well,
You know what I
I
mean?
think
Like I
that's
think
fair.
anyone else
And
could have done a better job.
in this climate where, like, we want representation, wasn't that another
Yeah.
complaint? Wasn't that another criticism of The Color Purple, where it's like, how come a black director couldn't direct the Color Purple?
Well, yeah, I mean that was a conversation that was less discussed in the '80s, but yeah, coming off the '90s boom, yeah, I think someone else could have done a better job with this material.
So
I give Amistad maybe a very generous 6,
I'm
based
gonna
on
give
like
it.
some strong acting and a good opening.
I'm gonna give it. I hate to say it. I'm gonna have to give it a 6 too. Like but the vast majority.
Oh, really?
Okay, the emotional scenes hit home. Actually, I might
They
upgrade to it.
do.
The emotional scenes hit home. Unfortunately, the vast majority of this 2.5 hour movie is bogged down by politics. Like literally, the
lot of politics.
the whole movie revolves around two trials, one before the local state court in Connecticut and the Supreme Court of the United States, as to whether or not these slaves go free. And ultimately, they do.
All right.
So that's good.
Yeah, not one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Kind of don't really feel like ever watching it again.
Okay.
What's next?
1998, in 1998, he went back to basics and did one movie, but holy shit, does this movie leave an impression in the mouths of audiences everywhere. Saving Private Ryan.
The first 30 minutes alone.
No,
First 30 minutes alone, Jesus Christ.
It took 2 weeks to shoot the D-Day landing scene, and man, does that scene hold up today. In fact, no one had ever seen a battle from World War II recreated on film quite that authentic. In fact, World War II veterans who were invited to screenings of Saving Private Ryan, who were at D-Day,
Oh, Lord.
they were so... They actually got PTSD watching the scene because it was so real. Like, oh my god.
Well, it's horrifying.
Well, I remember...
Yeah, actually, it makes you feel like you're right there.
In high school, my buddy Brian showed it to me, and I was expecting, okay, Spielberg, I know Spielberg can occasionally direct a good war film. Let's see what he does. I was not ready emotionally for the first 40 minutes. Oh my god. But I must say, everyone likes to talk about how after the 40 minutes, what else does the movie have to offer? The first 40 minutes could have worked as a short film on its own, but there's a story here.
Agreed.
The D-Day was such a crucial mission for the Allied powers in World War II because it was literally the make or break between whether or not the Allies win or lose the war. Had that mission failed, they would have lost. So,
yeah.
And the Americans, very tragically, when they landed at Omaha, the Omaha sector of Normandy on the beach, that was the most heavily guarded by German forces, and they suffered the most severe losses. The Canadian,
what else is the movie about?
The movie pays tribute to a real policy that the Army Corps had back then, called the sole survivor policy. See, Private James Ryan, played by Matt Damon, was the sole survivor of... He had two other brothers who died in separate theaters of the war. Like, his two other brothers were killed in the Pacific Theater, and because of that, he basically is granted the right to leave the war and go back home. And a platoon commanded by Tom Hanks as Captain Miller is tasked to go into war-torn France, still occupied by German forces, to basically save Private Ryan and bring him back to Army Command so they can put him on a boat back to the States. The whole concept is this platoon of like 8 guys, they have to risk their lives to save one, and they constantly talk about the trivial nature of their mission. Like, it's like we're going into the lion's den of the war to get one guy. We're not going to kill Hitler. We're not going to win a city. We are going to get one guy. Like, what is in it for us? So the movie really harkens that point, and For those completely spoiled territory, we're spoiling everything at this point. But the first time I saw Saving Private Ryan, it opens with the D-Day memorial at in France, and you're meant to think that the elderly man with his family is Captain Miller, and that's what I thought, because instantly when they cut from to the flashback at D-Day, the first character we see is Captain Miller. So we think, okay, maybe that's Tom Hanks. Nope, subversion of expectation. The old man is Private Ryan, and Captain Miller's last words at the end battle are words that actually ring true with me. Earn this, because Tom Hanks risked his life and sacrificed his life so that Private Ryan could go home and have a life.
Nearly everyone in the platoon lost their lives for this mission.
Yeah, and this movie captures Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, like, how many of them actually survive afterwards? I think there's only, like, 2, roughly. I know Upham survives, like, the one who breaks down.
The linguist, yeah.
But, yeah, the poet, yeah. I don't know how many others survive. I watched the opening sequence today. I didn't really feel like watching the rest, though.
These guys die really tragic deaths. Like, one of them dies as early as when they're wading through the first village in France, where, remember how Vin Diesel...
Yeah, Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel wants to rescue...
Fucking Vin Diesel's in this.
I mean, he works.
That blows my mind. How many movies is he in where he actually has to give a real performance and he doesn't just, like, play Dom Toretto in every other movie?
No, this is
I think that's funny.
This is a rare, like, Vin Diesel, like, he's there, but he actually he does a really good job with what he's given.
I mean, he's solid, I guess. I don't know.
But here's the so going back to the other, so and then Giovanni Ribisi dies, another really disturbing death.
I liked him.
Who's the guy who they free that German soldier Steamboat Willie, and then they think, okay, Steamboat we'll form a truce with Steamboat Willie, he'll go back and he'll surrender. No, Steamboat Willie runs right back to his
yeah, he kills the guy with the mustache.
Yeah, I
think.
Yeah, the guy with...
And then Barry...
The guy with the Star of David.
Barry Pepper, the sniper, he gets blown up in a shell.
Yeah. Yeah, Saving Private Ryan.
That's a quicker way to go.
It captures the horror of war okay, after Saving Private Ryan, every war movie wanted to capture the horror of war the way Saving Private Ryan did.
Yeah.
Because up till this point, war movies just kind of reenacted battles. This movie brought battles to life in a way that makes you feel like you're really there. So, hats off to Spielberg for that. And the ending is touching because you get to see that Saving Private Ryan lived a full life. That Private Ryan lived a full life. And by the way, I'll end this with a piece of trivia. Edward Norton turned down the role of Private Ryan to make American History X, which came out the same year.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a bad choice either. That's one of his best roles. So.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
I don't know how to... I don't really know how to rate this movie, because I don't enjoy it very much at all. It's pretty, like, hardcore and miserable throughout. I mean, there's some levity, like, sprinkled in, like that one where, like, Matt Damon improvises, like, a story from his actual life that he put in the movie and made the entire crew laugh. I mean, there's moments like that. I don't know, like, aside from the opening, I don't really remember much else other than that, predominantly a lot of brutality, another siege, like, by the end, like, that final battle, pretty big stuff, too. It's hard for me to really want to go back to this movie for the most part. I've only seen it all the way through once.
Okay.
And, I don't know, it's... Cody, how do you feel about this movie? You've been kind of quiet for this one. Do you have much to say?
It's one of my high favorites of his. I find it to be very kind of engaging in terms of its nice and simple storyline. It definitely has like a nice, like, kind of like style that it has where it's like trying to make it look photorealistic, like of its time, where everything's very like undersaturated with the camera lens.
It's a bleach bypass movie for sure.
And it has like I think you guys touched upon it, like a very unique, diverse kind of set of like just actors that have just been in movies before, but you're like, wow, seeing them all together kind of is kind of cool. You got like the A-lister Tom Hanks, you got Barry Pepper and Adam Goldberg and Jeremy Davis,
Giovanni
and,
Ribisi.
What's his name? Giovanni Ribisi. What's Ed Burns? Yeah, funny enough, when going into the movie, I had no idea that Matt Damon was going to pop up and be Private Ryan. So I'm like, oh, wow, this since Interstellar being a movie, we're like, what? Matt Damon is in this?
Yeah, The Martian.
Similarity.
Just like
Matt Damon is in this? What the fuck?
Everyone just has to save Matt Damon. He's just the tits, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, the D-Day opening scene is incredible, no doubt.
Yeah, we've waxed a lot about that one, rightfully so.
The scene where Matt Damon, Private Ryan's talking about like that story where him and his brothers were in the barn is actually improv by Matt Damon himself, talking about a real story that he had with the siblings growing up.
I touched on that. Yeah.
And I felt that too. Everything kind of like, it really felt very nice and natural. I would give it like I'll give it a 9. I quite enjoy it. It gets a little schmaltzy at points. Necessary, I don't know if it's necessary or not, but it's more towards the end, and I get Spielberg likes to leave everyone off with like a nice feeling. Don't know if it's warranted for this movie, but I think it does it fairly well, but not great. But I still really enjoy it. I think it's one of the better contemporary World War II films.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm gonna say it's a 9. One of the best of its kind, and like I was saying earlier, it changed after Saving Private Ryan. Every filmmaker who wanted to sink their teeth into World War II wanted their movies to look as authentic as Saving Private Ryan did. And Cody, I know you love to hate. I know you love to hate on Pearl Harbor by Michael Bay, but I feel like Michael Bay watched the D-Day scene at Saving Private Ryan and it was like, I have to do this with the Pearl Harbor attack. And in a way, it actually kind of succeeded.
Which is the best scene in that movie.
I would agree,
in all respects.
Yeah.
Before he made Pearl Harbor, he sat down and watched 2 films, Titanic and Saving Private Ryan. They went, I'm gonna do that too.
Pretty much. Yeah, you guys are right. I'll give this one a 9 too. It's pretty revolutionary, all things considering.
Yeah.
And that's a wrap on the 1990s.
Now we're into a new...
Now while you guys set up this next one, I'll be right back.
The next...
I guess Cody from the 90s says he said his piece. He didn't watch anything after this.
Okay. Not true.
And I'm gone. No, I'm joking.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So...
this next movie...
In the new millennia...
I actually watched it. I watched this movie for the first time when I was a kid. It scarred me for life, and I haven't seen it until literally today for this podcast. And that movie is AI, Artificial Intelligence.
Wow.
And I have to say Artificial Intelligence because apparently no one knows what AI would stand for.
Well, it's just
otherwise.
like E.T., the Extra Terrestrial. Like, what is it with...
The Extra Terrestrial, yeah.
What is it with Spielberg and emphasizing acronyms? Like, would we have never figured it out?
People are silly. If anything, he's teaching us new vernacular, so I give him props for that. Okay, so AI, how do we break this down? It's essentially a futuristic version of Pinocchio.
Once.
You've seen it once. Okay, I've seen it twice. Probably, honestly, maybe next to Schindler's List, one of his most downbeat, unpleasant movies. To be honest with you,
it very much
kind of like. And we should probably talk before we talk about the movie, because honestly, the behind the scenes is actually more interesting than the movie itself. This was intended to be a Stanley Kubrick movie. He really wanted to make this, but he was kind of unsure if he could handle the material, so he and Spielberg, who were quite good friends at the time, they bounced this script back. Kubrick bought it in the 70s, early 70s, because it's based on a late 60s science fiction short story. And he bounced this idea with Spielberg for decades, and Spielberg was like, I'm busy. And Kubrick's like, I'm not busy, but I don't want to do it. I saw E.T. You are literally the perfect person to make this film. I can't make it. I don't have what you have. And then Spielberg's like, well, I don't have what you have. So it's like two different mindsets collaborating on this project for many years until the untimely passing of Stanley Kubrick in 1999, and that's when Spielberg said,
"This movie is dedicated in his honor."
Yeah, and that's when he said, for my dear friend, I'm going to make this movie, the movie he wanted to see come to life.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
AI, it's weird. Like, I have weird feelings about this one. It's like, it's emotionally resonant. It's shot pretty well. Like, I think it's the coldest looking Spielberg movie I've ever seen. You could definitely tell he was trying to go for that sterile approach that Kubrick would implement in all of his work. But, I don't know. And then it's like the first 40 minutes. I don't know what it is with the first 40 minutes of these movies, but it's like it almost feels like if you cut this out, it would be a pretty good short film. Yeah. But then the rest of the film, it's kind of out there. We have an entire sequence called the Flesh Fair, where you have human beings like torturing and dismembering like robots, and I'm just like, this is giving me some Sid Phillips vibes. Yeah. I kind of like how dark this is. And then you have Rouge City, which is like this overly sexualized port town that everyone just goes and has a fun time with robots, and then you have the character Gigolo Joe, played by Jude Law. Probably one of his most entertaining performances, honestly. This guy's been in so many science fiction films. It's unbelievable. But it's like, yeah, I like his character. He's bouncy. Kind of adds some levity to the film. Oh, and we have to talk about Teddy. When I was watching this movie, I was peeling my eyes back looking at this. I'm like, is this a real thing? Is this like a physical like prop? Or is it digital? Like I was looking at it, and no, it's real. Throughout the entire movie, it is an animatronic teddy bear, and it is so well done. Stan Winston, who did the effects for it, went on to say that it was the most difficult practical effect he'd ever made in his career before or ever since.
Yeah, now Stan Winston, we got to give him a shout out because he made the dinosaurs in Jurassic.
Yeah, he did make the dinosaurs. Now, and you know what's crazy?
What?
It's the Velociraptor had like roughly 30 points of articulation. Tyrannosaurus Rex had 40. This teddy bear had 50.
Wow.
And it's like a fifth the size of these dinosaurs. That's how detailed it was.
I don't
know why we
came back just now and I just hear dinosaurs. I'm like, why are we
because we're talking
about animatronics in AI and how
Stan Winston,
the visual flourishes of this movie go above and beyond the Call of Duty for a story like this. Yeah. And Haley Joel Osment.
Sorry, I just have to scarf. I'm just having some dinner while we talk.
Oh yeah, are you eating kale? Are you gonna keep scarfing down kale until your goddamn face falls off?
Leave the guy alone. Kale's awesome when done right.
Yeah. Well,
is that a reference from AI?
Yeah, AI. Remember when the brother comes back and he's like eating kale, and David's jealous because he can't eat food, so he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna." It's like, David, stop, David, and then he's like.
I've only seen the movie once.
I haven't only seen this once. I almost only saw it. I didn't even want to revisit this movie, but looking back on it, it's kind of underappreciated in some ways. And I gotta say, like, it's kind of worth revisiting. I know it's very melancholy. I'll say this, like, this is probably like up there with Schindler's List on how sad you're probably gonna feel by the end of this. It's frightening. It takes place over the time span of like 2,000 years. And just like how humanity's like in slow decline, and it's like, yeah, AI. I don't really know how to rate it.
He somehow managed
All I will say is like, Haley Joel Osment, man, probably one of the best child actors I've ever seen. The way he conveys, even though he's a little awkward in the first scenes, but I think that was intentional. But yeah, I don't know. I think I would probably give AI at least a 7. I might grow to like it more and more, but it is a little flawed, if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
it does feel a little outside of Spielberg's comfort zone.
This movie, The Sixth Sense, and Pay It Forward to a lesser extent were like all like he was everywhere. Like Haley Joel Osment was so sought after. like as a child actor.
He was in Forrest Gump too.
Yes, that's true. Directed by Spielberg's buddy Bob.
Yeah. Oh, he's so smart, Jenny.
Yeah. Anyways, we did.
How would you rate AI?
I've only seen, just like Cody, I don't have a lot to say. I've only seen AI once, but the one scene that stuck with me was the scene at...
Well, I didn't really say much, but...
The scene at the end. The scene at the end where somehow Spielberg managed to incorporate aliens in a story that had nothing to do with aliens initially.
Oh, they're not aliens.
They're not?
They're superior cyborgs. They're like literal cybernetic organisms.
Oh, my dad fucking lied to me because he said they were aliens.
They do look like aliens, and they are really otherworldly. They have like the technology to like build spacecraft underneath the Earth's crust, and like it's like they are quite alien-like, but they're not aliens. Okay. They're just like highly advanced, in fact, robotics.
They kind of look like
that rebuild themselves.
They kind of look like the beings from Close Encounters. Well, I guess that's what...
Yeah, they do look like greys. They look like greys. I understand the confusion. Some people say they're aliens, but they're not. They're just like...
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for
superior beings.
Yeah.
You're welcome, yes.
The scene where they resurrect his mother, that was at the end, and he gets like one last day with her before they both cease to exist. That's difficult to process.
Yeah, as someone who's lost their own mother, yeah, that seems pretty hard to sit through. It's like, I think anyone who's ever lost a parent would give like anything in the world to spend at least one more day with their loved ones. So that was it's kind of a good note, but in the grand scheme of things, it's like, yeah, this is like cripplingly frightening to watch sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, AI. Kind of an unsung Spielberg movie, honestly. It kind of goes under the radar a lot, and I think it deserves at least some reevaluation.
Okay.
And it was made for a friend, and I appreciate that.
I think, yeah, I'm happy. I know I was away. I'm happy you touched upon that. I know that
we brought it
Stanley
up.
Kubrick wanted to make almost like a sci-fi Pinocchio, and the movie has a very cool style where I'm like, I can definitely see him trying to replicate Kubrick, but also trying to, Spielberg trying to do his own thing. It can be kind of messy, but it's also a very like enchantment kind of strange film that has its heart in the right place, but it's solid enough. I would give it a 7 as well, actually.
Oh, nice. I think it's the last movie he ever worked with Robin Williams, too, as Dr. No.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh my god, he's in this too. I forgot.
There's a lot of people in it.
I completely forgot he's in this. But wasn't Robin Williams also in Bicentennial Man? Which has nothing to do with Spielberg, but yeah.
I think that came out the same year, too, or at least a few years before. It's funny, I watched that movie a lot as a kid, and I don't know why. It's not made for kids, and it's really sad. Yeah. And, yeah, it actually gave me depression years later,
I'm sorry.
Bicentennial Man. Very similar to this. Good comparison.
Now,
that's a nice double feature for you.
Speaking
of doubles, we have another year.
But
2 movies, 2002.
Can I just point this out? Technically, this is the only year he has ever released 3 movies. However, to celebrate the 20th anniversary of E.T., he re-released the special edition of E.T. in theaters in March of 2002. Very similar to what George Lucas did. Very similar to what George Lucas did with the special edition Star Wars trilogy in 1997 to celebrate the 20th anniversary.
Okay, but it's not like he made a movie, though.
So
he just remastered it.
So do you not count?
That doesn't really count.
Okay, fair enough. So...
I see what you mean. Yeah, that is worth noting. Yes. So 2002.
The first movie that came out in the spring was Minority Report, and this movie, I liked it the first time I saw it. It emotionally resonated with me. I feel a little more conflicted now because I did revisit it last month. While I was going through my rough time, but that it's still like, the thing about Minority Report is its vision is so ambitious, and I was reading about the production history. Steven Spielberg actually consulted with professors that believed what the future would be like in the year 2054, and he really like wanted to authenticate what the world would be like at that point in history. Anyways, the plot is basically this. In Washington, D.C. in the year 2054, an experimental police force called Pre-Crime has the ability to stop murders before they happen because they have access to 3 mutated human beings called precogs. And the precogs are the product of drug-addicted parents but the children of these drug addicts could start having dreams only of murders. And there's a metaphysical reason for that, because apparently when one human being kills another human being, it shatters like the metaphysical like relationship that we have with each other, and the precogs are able to see that in its blurry entirety before it happens.
Oh.
And the movie,
so that's the explanation.
The movie explains that. It's very brief, but the movie does explain that.
Movie explains a lot, so as it should.
The movie, I feel like Minority Report it's artistically, it's got some clever and hokey moments, like the chase scene where he's on a jetpack flying through an apartment complex, and it's played almost for laughs. But this was
that stuff kind of reminded me of like Fifth Element.
It really
but this is the bombastic action sequences.
The point is.
The guns that shoot out sonic booms.
Yeah, a police force has the ability to stop murder before it happens. I feel like this was Spielberg's way of doing a societal commentary on, because this was less than a year after 9/11, and basically the Patriot Act was new. Americans were for the Patriot Act. Like, ultimately...
Get used to a lot of September 11th references in the next few Spielberg movies.
Oh, yeah. But increased...
It's a pretty common theme.
Increased, domestic security is everywhere in Washington, D.C. They have, like, eye scanners at literally every single public place. You think, having to wear a mask in a global pandemic is a violation of your freedoms? In this world, every time you go into a public place, your eyeballs are scanned, and your ID is logged as like you visited this place at this time. So Spielberg.
And you don't think our iPhones are already doing that?
My point exactly.
Here we go.
Spielberg has a knack. I feel like in the new millennia, Spielberg started to tackle dystopian futures. And over the next 2 decades of film, you'll really get to start to see that.
What do you expect? This is based off of a Philip K. Dick novel.
Yeah,
he knew what he was doing.
But anyways,
it's one of the better adaptations. It's one of the better adaptations.
Yeah, it is one of the better adaptations for sure. This and Total Recall, I would say.
Total Recall, Blade Runner.
Blade Runner,
even A Scanner Darkly.
It's a sleek movie. It's a very sleek movie, and just like how I said about Saving Private Ryan, how the style of it is undersaturated, this is now overly exposed.
Oh, bleach bypass.
It creates a very unique style to it that's very fitting to like a futuristic look to it.
Saving Private Ryan looks very gray and grainy, and Minority Report, which was the next movie after... Minority Report looks very gray as well. Like, I immediately think of grays when I think of this movie.
Yeah, very, very washed out. Kind of hurts the visual effects, if I'm being honest, just a little.
I would agree.
Especially that scene where he's on the cars and he has to hop between them like platforms. Like,
yeah.
It looks like it's interesting to look at. It's just that it looks a little weird to me. I don't know why.
Isn't it? Now, it's intriguing that typically when Spielberg makes a movie, he usually works with one studio, but 20th Century Fox and DreamWorks collaborated to make this movie because it was so ambitious. It took 2 studios to make this happen.
Should we talk about the origins of DreamWorks? Because he had a hand in that.
I guess it's fair because it was him and Jeffrey Katzenberg. The former CEO
and
of
one
Disney.
other person.
Is this a trivia question? Am I supposed to know who's the third person? I genuinely forget.
I'll look it
I'm
up.
not sure.
I'll look it up briefly because it says there in the bottom like there are 3 initials below the DreamWorks logo. But carry on while I look it up.
SKI. Spielberg, Katzenberg. Spielberg, DreamWorks SKI. You're right. Spielberg, Katzenberg, and
David Geffen.
Oh, SKG. Sorry.
I don't know that. David Geffen
David Geffen is a record producer.
Yeah, but he's one of the founders. So what are you gonna do? He has his hands in many pockets, Evan.
Yeah.
But carry on. Let's move on to back to Minority Report.
The cast
Tom Cruise.
Yeah, this was his first of 2 collaborations with Spielberg. Tom Cruise.
Yeah,
and this was
he doesn't often get to work with many directors.
This was at a point in Tom Cruise's career where Tom Cruise could produce whatever he touched. So Cruise had the money to bring to this project, but the proviso was, I'll help fund your movie, Steven, but I have to star in it or something like that.
Okay.
Well, Tom Cruise is one of those actors where he has producer power in everything he touches.
Yeah. Other highlights, I really like Max von Sydow's character.
Yeah, he was good.
Devious little fuck.
Samantha Morton
we have
Samantha Morton.
Samantha Morton's great.
She gives the best performance in the movie. Colin Farrell is also good.
I even like Colin Farrell. He's so slimy. It's like, do I want to like this guy or do I want to disagree with every little thing he does? You know, I'm always split with him.
His character exists as the point the movie's trying to make, that it is ethically wrong to imprison people for crimes they technically and metaphysically have not committed.
Yeah, that's the thing. He is smart, and I understand what he means. So, it's like he's an antagonistic force, but he has a point. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. So how would you rate Minority Report? We should kind of keep going here. We're ticking at 3 hours now.
I'm gonna give Minority Report.
Yeah, we should definitely. We're sort of in a Spielberg way where it's like there's little to nothing to say about some of these that are coming up where I really don't have much to say. I'm sorry,
but good. We've covered.
That's okay, but yeah,
the guy has definitely made great films in the past, and he'll have obviously some few exceptions as we go, but he's a great director that chooses very middle of the road material.
I would agree.
Well, later on in his career, but we'll talk about that a little bit more.
You said the same.
We still got some good stuff. This is his
middle of the road material.
This is his experimental phase.
You said the same thing about Denis in your Pop Talk show. Where he's very middle of the road too.
That's true.
But anyways, so moving on to Catch Me If You Can.
Minority Report. Minority Report. 8 out of 10.
I give Minority Report a 7.
That's fair.
I'm in between an 8 and a 9. I really enjoy it. It's a fun sci-fi action film.
Yeah.
It's just one of the smarter ones that are out there. Maybe 8 or a 9.
By the way, Cody,
can't really decide.
8.5.
I didn't think you would. I didn't think you would give it that high of a rating, but now that I know you have. Okay, so Cody, there's this film critic you and I like to laugh. Me and Lyle like to laugh at. We don't know him in person.
Oh, God damn it! Not again.
Okay, there's a film. We're not gonna. I don't want to incite cyberbullies to go over to his. Well, he's not really active on YouTube anymore. But when he was, man, oh man. Okay, so basically,
Confused Matthew did a review of this movie. It's an hour long.
Oh, I didn't.
I can't sit through 10 minutes of it.
Confused Matthew called Minority Report the worst movie he's ever seen in his life, and just when he breaks down the premise, it is hilarious the way he misinterprets the movie. You know what?
I did not. Unintentional. Well, first of all, I did not know that he reviewed it, and I did. That's hilarious. He thinks it's
unintentional promotion. Go watch Confused Matthew's review of Minority Report if you want to laugh.
If you can, yeah.
Okay, I'll send you the link. It's so funny.
Okay, guys, we really got to catch up here. All right.
Hey,
dude,
catch me if you can.
Dude. Catch Me If You Can. Oh my god.
Is this
amazing cat and mouse movie?
How the hell did it take him this long to collaborate with Leonardo DiCaprio?
He was kind of young.
Scorsese was hogging him.
No, that was later.
Yeah.
But this is young DiCaprio at honestly
this was post Titanic.
I love this movie. Post Titanic. He's on top of the world.
No, he's the king of the world.
I guess you want to say. King of the world. In this movie, he plays a con artist, super young con artist who manages to just slip through all the cracks in the system and go through every loophole and exploit every possible opportunity to get by. Meanwhile, the FBI is on him they're just like one step behind him in every situation, and it goes on for years. And it's Catch Me If You Can. Probably one of my favorite thrillers by Spielberg. I know he's done others, but this one really takes the cake.
Yeah.
It is the most enjoyable movie that I don't remember.
Seriously?
I don't know how that's even possible.
Really?
I remember enjoying it, but I don't remember it because it's been a while.
Oh, I highly recommend you revisit it. It has a stacked fucking cast. Oh my god. Christopher Walken, Martin Sheen, a super young Amy Adams, like
Tom Hanks.
Wow. Tom Hanks, yeah, he's one of the main fucking characters. Tom Hanks, Leonardo DiCaprio, and holy crap. I don't see movies like this very often anymore, where it's like two forces like at odds with each other that one up each other with each and every like exchange, and their dynamic is so interesting like that. Like I guess like the closest cat and mouse is maybe Uncut Gems, but that's just like forces against this one guy who just can't catch a break.
As much as
this one is just like, yep.
As much as I love Catch Me If You Can, I was surprised when I learned that Steven Spielberg directed it, because I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, like,
whoa,
let's
really?
see what he does. Yeah. I was, because I'm like, it did. Well, I saw like the movie jacket for it, and I'm like, okay. I mean, it doesn't look like stuff he usually does, but then again, he likes biopics, so maybe like, okay. I also didn't know much about what Catch Me If You Can was about, but yeah. Just the DVD jacket.
It's kind of a shame. After I watched this movie, I looked up the guy, and apparently a lot of his stuff he said is like really up for debate. Like it may not be true at all.
Oh,
like could be like highly exaggerated. Yeah. Just too bad.
Yeah, see, like that's something that I really take seriously with films where there's some like respect for the history if it is based on a true story. I'll always fact check. I always fact check.
So that's why
afterwards.
you have such beef with Bohemian Rhapsody.
Don't get me started.
I think this was just a case of the actual guy like stretching the truth for his own means, because the book I think was released in like 1980, I believe. So a few years later, and like there's some like there's some validity issues. But ignoring all of that, I still think this is a really entertaining story with a lot of twists and turns. I don't know, like this is like probably maybe in my top 5, top 10 easily. I really enjoy how like fluid this movie is. I would probably give it. Yeah, I'm honestly gonna give it a 10. It's one of my favorites.
Nice.
Wow.
I've seen it like 10 times.
Okay, fitting.
I'll have to rewatch it. Wow.
Yes, you should. I'd recommend rewatching it.
I saw it for the first time last year, so I'm gonna give it a 9. It was good. I liked it.
That's pretty. That's good enough for me. Yeah. Okay.
I give it an 8. I remember enjoying it.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Okay, what's next on this crazy list of ours?
The Terminal, 2004.
Oh yeah.
Okay, the plot is. Tom Hanks plays this wonderful man, this wonderful, lovely man who comes from the fictional country of Carcosia.
Yes.
And he can barely he can barely speak a word of English, but he flies from his homeland of Carcosia to JFK International Airport in New York City, and unfortunately, a coup overthrows his government while he's in the air, and because of that, his passport is invalid, and he literally cannot due to an international incident. His citizenship is not recognized, and therefore his passport's invalid, which means he is stuck in basically diplomatic limbo in
And he has to live in the goddamn airport.
He has to live in an
for
airport.
months.
No, I think he lives there for almost a year. The movie is not.
Oh yeah, you're right. It was a year.
He has
oh
to
my
live.
god.
He has to live at JFK for a year, and apparently this was based off of something that really happened to a real person who was trapped indefinitely.
Oh really?
Apparently, it's based on something that really happened to a man who was trapped indefinitely at an airport, due to a similar incident. But yeah, I have to read that. But for what it is, at first it's actually kind of scary because Tom Hanks doesn't speak a word of his character doesn't speak a word of English. He has to learn to basically survive on food stamps, but he befriends the local workers at the airport. This movie stars a then unknown Diego Luna and a then unknown Zoe Saldana, and it actually brings the two together in a way that you wouldn't expect at all.
Did you laugh when she did the salute from Star Trek?
Yes.
And she would later end up in Star Trek?
5 years later, she would go on to play Uhura in the reboot of Star Trek.
And Diego Luna would later be in a Star Wars movie, so there's that, too.
That's too funny. So the best
Or a Star Wars story, I should say.
Yeah.
But
anyways,
if I had to describe this movie, I think it's charming, if not a little fluffy. Kind of like it's a movie that's pretty light. It doesn't have like a whole lot of thrift, but it works. I think more or less.
It also becomes a love story once Catherine Zeta-Jones comes into the mix.
Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Yes, she's good.
Amelia
and Stanley Tucci also has a really funny but antagonistic role in this movie as the diplomat who tries to get him, because Stanley Tucci wants this guy to leave the airport because it's like, he's taking up space and he's just there and we want him to leave. So he offers like solutions for Tom Hanks to leave the airport and he just rejects them all.
I stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, his character is like almost borderline xenophobic at times. Like, oh my god.
Yeah. Well, that was,
and that's why I said earlier is that I feel like this movie does like paint like a picture as to like how tense things were with like immigration or like anyone coming over the border from other countries at that time in the States.
Yeah.
And one thing I remember our friend Assad pointed out is that he does feel like Tom Hanks was rather miscast in this role. And I kind of think, and he said if this was played by like someone from the Middle East or someone from another country like that, would have maybe had a bit more impact, would have also been risky as well, because this did come out 2 years after the event. So yeah, I don't know, like I think Tom Hanks is okay. His accent can be a little distracting at times, but he's likable. I mean, he always is. But,
I mean,
yeah, I don't know, the terminals. Yeah,
they could if they if they cast a POC from the Middle East, I feel like that could have worked. It would have been hard. Like, there are tons of Iranian actors who could have pulled it off. So I would say, if someone wants to remake The Terminal, by all means, go do that. It would sell today. It would sell because audiences are more welcoming to that kind of thing today. So. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like a movie. It's another movie where I feel like Spielberg's hand didn't have to be on it. Like,
That's
this
fair.
has music by John Williams, and the music is so good, and I'm just like, this movie...
It doesn't need to be as good as it...
It has such powerful people behind it, and I'm like, I think almost anyone could have tackled the subject matter.
Yeah.
It just felt like very light, breezy Spielberg, and it's with all said and done, it's not bad. How would I rank it? I think I would give it like a light 7. It's watchable. Like, I don't have any grievances, and it's pretty inoffensive.
Yeah.
I don't know. How would you rate it, Evan?
I loved it just for the whole fish out of water scenario because, like, yeah, he can't speak English and he's stuck in the U.S. and where the main language is English. But like, I like the way he makes friends with people around the airport. I like the way he adapts.
The way he like overcomes a lot of the hurdles that comes from living in a public place like that.
The ending feels very earned. I will say that.
That's a very nice ending with when he finally gets to leave the airport.
Yeah,
I like that a lot actually.
Yeah.
No, it's a good movie.
Yeah.
That's all I really have to say.
I'm gonna give it.
Cody, have you seen it or?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's a light watch, as you said, and I don't remember much of it because I've only seen it once.
I've seen it at least 5 times.
I'm probably going to be the most generous to it. I'm going to give The Terminal a 9. I really liked it.
A 9?
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, that's good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I think it's a very good movie. But
I'll give it a 7, I guess.
7's fair, yeah. And then next up, we have another double whammy in 2005. We got War of the Worlds and Munich. You ever notice that he makes like an action movie and a drama in the same year?
It's a pattern,
It's that pattern.
Now, War of the
Worlds.
This feels like a Spielberg movie.
This was the first Spielberg movie I saw in the theaters.
Neat.
And I was like, ugh, by the end.
Oh, you didn't like it?
I think The Terminal was the first one I saw in theaters.
I know that like Evan and Michael and we kind of just, I don't know when this is coming out, but like we talked about natural disaster
2005.
movies. And this movie has those tropes, those you know the father that's out of his league with his son and his kids and all that, and then through the disaster he becomes a better father figure. This is definitely one of the better ways of kind of portraying that because of the acting, and there's some subversions in there, but boy, oh boy, does that second half of the movie drag it down so much when we're in that bunker with Tim Robbins. Because the first half of it was kind of like enjoyable, like we're kind of like, okay, we're following the blue collar man, the everyman throughout this whole devastation. Like the first attack scene was great.
Yeah, that's a great scene.
Tom Hanks is, or not Tom Hanks,
Cruise.
Tom Cruise is acting.
Wrong Toms.
Tom Cruise is acting during like when he's realizing, oh my god, I'm covered in like the remains of people, was really well done.
Yeah.
And
do you know that was inspired? The dust that was inspired by World Trade Center victims on 9/11 who got caught in the ash cloud when the tower fell down. So,
that's more allusions to that event. Yeah.
Also
I just felt like it. I just felt so underwhelmed because I'm like, what was it trying to say? And it's also a remake of a movie that came out at a time where it was a lot more topical to talk about, like, well, maybe today if it was made because of diseases and all that, it would be more relevant. But at the time of just like, it did its best to try to adapt it and keep it like modern, but I particularly didn't care about it, but I do remember it pretty well, so I guess that's saying something.
I have to point this out.
I kind of feel the same way.
About the cast. When Tim Robbins and Tom Cruise are in the bunker, it effectively reunites the two cast members from Top Gun, which is a movie that I love. It also reunites Tim Robbins and Morgan Freeman, and Morgan Freeman is the narrator, just like he was the narrator of that other movie he did with Tim Robbins, The Shawshank Redemption, which is my all-time favorite. So, yeah.
Wow, some of your favorite movies right here. Represent.
Yeah, two of my all-time favorite movies. Like, there's pieces of them, and I just love that. So, yeah.
His son is such a moody boy.
Yeah, and
like, oh
by the way,
God.
Can we
like the fingerless gloves, the poster lit in his room's decorated in posters. He has a pissy attitude throughout the entire. I didn't like how he kind of just disappears throughout the half of the movie. Where it's like, Dad, I want to join the military now. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, son? No! Moody boy Justin Chatwin! And then by the end, he's alive.
How the hell did he survive that?
Inexplicably. I don't know. How did Indiana Jones survive the cliff? I don't know what they were going for there.
Like, he just
kind of reminded me of also, like... Kind of reminded me of, like, the scene in Empire of the Sun where his parents are there and show up, too. It's just like... Okay, I guess you could survive, but the likelihood isn't very good.
Yeah,
and you happen to find him. But anyway, that was a long time
ago. Can I be honest?
Yeah. War of the Worlds. Yes.
There's a bit of a director trademark that Spielberg brought back, and that is having a cartoon play in the background, and the cartoon directly relates to what's going on in the movie. He did this in Close Encounters, where he had the Duck Dodgers cartoon playing in the background.
Yeah, and Sugarland Express. He's done it a couple times.
And in this movie, Spielberg was a huge fan of the Looney Tunes, and also he had a hand in producing cartoon classics like Pinky and the Brain and other stuff. But he loves classic cartoons, and he incorporates them into his movies, which I like. In this, to get the millennials into the theaters, he has a SpongeBob cartoon playing in the scene where Tom Cruise learns that Chatwin, what's the Moody Boy's name?
Justin Chatwin.
When Tom Cruise learns that Justin Chatwin stole his car, there's a SpongeBob SquarePants cartoon playing in the background, and I remember the cartoon. It's The Secret Box, and literally in the scene where Tom Cruise puts it together that my son stole my car, it's the part of the episode where Patrick says, "It's the clam burglar." I'm like, that was so on the nose and so funny.
Evan, did you like Dakota Fanning's performance?
I have to be honest. Tom Cruise and Dakota Fanning were playing Tom Cruise and Dakota Fanning because Dakota Fanning was a rising child actor at the time, and stuff
she
like
everywhere.
Stuff like I Am Sam put her like on the A-list list, and Tom Cruise. Yeah. Tom Cruise and her felt like they were playing themselves, but Tim Robbins and everyone else felt like they were playing a character.
At the very least, even if it's kind of like mixed. I get this kind of generic taste from this movie. I'm gonna have to give it maybe a 7. It works.
You know what? That's fair.
But it's bleh.
I have to give it a 5. I sound harsh. It sounds like it would be up my alley. I mean, there's some fine moments in it, but I felt so empty by it, and it really wasn't the best start. I remember I was so excited for it too, so it could be just like some expectations weren't really fulfilled at the time that I'm just trying to get over. But it's not a bad movie. It's just kind of like in the middle.
Fair enough. Kind of lower tier. Yeah.
It's not a bad movie.
I'm gonna give it a 7 too.
All right.
And also, fun fact: according to the trivia section on IMDb, it was this movie that caused Spielberg to swear off working with Tom Cruise again because of Tom's involvement with Scientology at the time. In fact,
that makes a lot of sense.
In that infamous episode he had on Oprah's couch, that was supposed to be a joint interview with Spielberg and Tom to promote the movie. However, Spielberg had to drop out of that interview to go to the editing room, and Tom had to go do the interview on his own, and Tom jumped up and down on the couch.
Wow, it's funny.
So yeah,
guys. We're on the.
We certainly learned that he loves Katie Holmes. That's the takeaway.
Yeah, guys, we're on the final stretch. The last 10 movies on the list.
Oh, okay.
As of 2022 at least. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Oh boy. The slug years. I don't know if we're totally in the slug years yet, but the slug years.
There's like a handful.
Our buddy Assad, who fairly criticized The Terminal, he said that he actually showed us the movie Munich, and I actually liked it.
Yes. I really fucking like this movie.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. No, Munich's really good. Yeah. I felt like it had like a kind of a style of filmmaking that was really popular at the time. That was really created by like the Bourne movies,
yes,
making everything kind of handheld and very like. But the movie kind of is a bit like a period piece because it takes place at what year was it that those bombings happened at the Olympics again?
I think 80s maybe. Let me check. Hold on.
So it is sort of like a period piece.
Early 70s, 1972. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, so even further back. So it kind of has like that modern kind of like handheld intensity. But like it it's telling its own story like very factually, and it's a very like what I liked about Munich is that it's actually like one of those movies that I like where it's not one-sided.
No.
And it presents it really well, but it ultimately leaves you with like a kind of a really gross feeling at the end.
It was a very futile gesture that the main characters go through that ultimately meant very little in the end. One thing I really appreciate is like the direction, like especially like camera placement. Like I paid so much attention to the cinematography. I was like really impressed with like how he could convey so much in single takes. Like he does like
that scene where they were trying to like stop the bomb from happening because like there were some kids going there was one kid going back inside the building. Like that to me, I said that before about Duel, where like you know who's staring at who, and like the geography of like that scene is like really well done. You know who's where and what they need to do. It's so well done.
No, I know the 2000s were kind of a weak spot for like. Well, like, at least the later 2000s and into the 2010s, kind of a weaker spot for his filmography, but this is, like, one of the tightest directed films I've ever seen him make. Even if, like, the story isn't, like, even if it's not the flashiest of his work, I highly recommend Munich. I would give it a 9.
I would give it an 8. It's a bit long, needlessly long. And just knowing me, I kind of would rather watch a doc about this subject matter, but I think it's a very well-directed film.
That's totally fair.
I gotta be honest, I'm gonna give it a 7, just because I liked it. I'm like Cody with Catch Me If You Can. I liked it, I just don't remember it too much. Like, I liked what I saw.
It does have one cringy moment by the end where it's like, it shows the flashback of the people getting murdered, intercut with a sex scene. Which has gotten a lot of ire from a lot of critics, and it's like, why did you do that? I didn't like that, really. Wow. The ending was kind of off because of that. Anyway, speaking of things that should have ended...
hey, no. So I would love for me, as an introduction, to tell the story on how George Lucas pitched this idea to Steven Spielberg. Are you ready?
Okay.
This is how the story went. Oh, hey, Steven. Oh, hey, George. How you doing? Oh, I'm pretty good. I have an idea for Indiana Jones for you. Oh, what, George? What are you talking about? We ended that franchise a long time ago. There's a reason why we have that ending of the scene of The Last Crusade being almost sunset. Like we're going off into the sunset kind of idea. But, okay, well, let's hear your idea. Well, I have this idea about having Indiana Jones finding aliens. What? George, aliens? What? I've already done alien movies before. Why would I want to do that? Like, and besides, you know, there's been other popular films that have come out, like Independence Day. That was a big hit. Like, you know, aliens is kind of like not anything special anymore. Oh, okay, Steven. Yeah, fair enough. Years go by later. Oh, hey, Steven, how you doing? Oh, hey, I'm pretty good, George. How you doing? Oh, I'm pretty good. So I was thinking about, remember that one time you said that you didn't want to make Indiana Jones meet aliens? I think you're right. That's kind of not a good idea. See, George, it's okay. I mean, it's just an idea. You're an idea, man. No problem with that. But the thing is, I do have an idea. How about he meets interdimensional beings? Okay, go on. I'm intrigued. So it's like an idea like string theory of like, you know, there's like interdimensional beings inside of other societies within the galaxy.
The space between
you know what? I don't mean to humor you, George, but sure, let's just make it. Why not? Okay, so what are these interdimensional beings gonna look like? Aliens? and that's the end of my story. The end. Close the storybook. That's all I have to say.
Anything...
Okay.
People have shat all over this movie. Should we just end it on that note? I guess there's a lot to unpack.
I'm going to be the contrarian of this group and say I liked it. I mean, I know it's divided.
You like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull?
I did. I like it more. Okay, here's how I rank the indie films. Raiders and Crusade come first. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull and Temple of Doom. Sorry, like...
there is a debate debating which one's worse, like Temple or Kingdom, and it's kind of up for debate. I think Temple at least feels a little bit more authentic in its like action sequences and the way it's shot. Kingdom, it's just like, it's like he just learned how to use a green screen. It's like he just learned how to like. It's like Harrison Ford just like lost his groove because he's like really up there in age. It just feels like a movie that's off.
And
you feel a lot of like it's like 70% bad, like a Star Wars prequel, and then there's that 30% of like, oh, that's some genuine good Spielbergian moments.
It's not unwatchable. I'll say that.
No, it feels like a very late. Like, no, this feels like from a way different era, and it doesn't capture that spirit. Like, I can go on. I give this movie a 4.
So you think it's like too little, too late?
Yeah.
Way too little, too late. Like it has a lot of good ideas in it, but again, it's like just George Lucas. You got a lot of good ideas. You're just not executing them well. And while it is a fairly directed movie, sometimes I just think everything it's trying to do doesn't really coincide with the original 3 at all, and it stands out.
Well,
no, this is definitely the worst one in the franchise. 100%.
You gave the 4th one a 4, eh, Cody?
Yeah, no, I don't. This is one of the weakest movies he's ever made. Like worst.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree. I think I'll be a little bit more lenient and give it maybe a 5, even though it has some real dumb shit like the fridge and the groundhogs and the car fight.
I can
stuff.
But honestly, I've kind of lessened my vitriol against it.
The prairie dogs, I don't understand. The nuking the fridge, I understand. The prairie dogs, I don't understand.
It's because in the first movie, like they crossfaded the Paramount logo onto an actual mountain that looked almost identical to the Paramount. Like that took effort. That took a lot of planning in advance. They had to get a second unit to direct that because they didn't have time. But with this, all they did was they took the Paramount logo and they just crossfaded it with like a fake like
mound of CGI
prairie dog mound, and then a CGI mound comes out, and it's like that's not nearly as inventive or clever. That's where it comes from. Yeah. That's not even my biggest complaint, and like I feel bad for Shia LaBeouf because I do like him as an actor, but he feels painfully miscast in this.
It was because, it was because he was riding high with Transformers and Spielberg produced that. So naturally, he was, I don't hate Shia.
I don't think
people have their.
I don't hate him. It's just I feel bad for him because it caused him to have like a mental breakdown after a while.
Oh, that's
because of all the vitriol he got.
He also swore off working with Spielberg again. Unfortunately, but
that's really too bad.
He has gone on to redeem himself. Like watch something
he's come back.
Yeah, no, watch something like American Honey or The Peanut Butter Falcon, which I have heard. I haven't seen those movies, but I heard that they're amazing.
That's a good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still got to see The Peanut Butter Falcon.
Supposedly
it's pretty good. Yeah.
Anyways, we gotta keep going.
What did you rate it, Evan? How would you rate it?
I said I like it, but just because I like it doesn't mean I know I don't understand it's a flawed movie. And honestly,
so it's kind of like a guilty pleasure.
Or like a guilty pleasure too.
I would go for that I give it a 7. It's not great. It did something for me the first time I saw it, and I was happy to see it. I don't revisit it nearly as often as I revisit Crusader Raiders. So yeah.
Naturally, yeah. Okay. That's all right. I mean, we're all entitled to our own opinions. We don't want to be like judgmental or anything when we give each other ratings.
Good.
It's just like it's interesting.
Oh yeah, no, I just like the kind of range that what happens with the ratings.
Yeah, on this episode, it's pretty vast.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time we were on the same page. Actually, I can't remember. I don't know. Moving on. I'll find out in editing. Moving on.
Tintin.
Another double header. 2011, The Adventures of Tintin and Warhorse.
Yeah, so do you guys want to know something
What?
funny?
Okay.
I saw both of these the same day. I had a double feature at the movie theater.
Okay,
Oh, that's
how
nice.
is it that both of
Yeah.
these Spielberg must have since this is the first time since 1993 that he had a good time at the Oscars because both of these were Oscar baity films, and I remember Tintin and Warhorse got tons of nominations, so that was a good night for Mr. Spielberg.
Yeah. That's the thing is that both films, you know what? Well, I'll just talk them both back to back because they were kind of like an experience seeing
Sure.
them both.
Okay.
The Adventures of Tintin, I'm not familiar with the graphic comic book novels, whatever.
They're
the
really
little
popular in
books
Europe.
Yeah, I'm not familiar about that at all, so I'm not coming at it from that basis. But I remember thinking, this is kind of cool animation. It's a kind of a old, kind of hokey 1940s kind of story, and like it kind of feels like there's some Spielbergian whimsical moments coming out of it. Just not really memorable, and I would probably give it like a 6. And as far as Warhorse goes, it's probably the most like if you just say, "Oh, it's a movie about it focuses on a horse during the war and it's directed by Steven Spielberg." It's like, okay, got it. I got it in my brain. I've already seen the movie. Like it feels so like
absolutely
like that's a quintessential kind of like Spielberg like topic, and it kind of rides with it. No pun intended. With that premise. And it has some nice sentimentality in it that I didn't feel was too much at times, but I think I enjoyed that one a little bit more than Tintin. I would give that maybe a 7,
Oh, wow.
leaning more towards 8.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, hey, it's not it's fine. It's fine. I enjoyed myself watching it. There's some it has it all like John Williams music, nice scoping, tracking shots, like all the stuff that he's kind of known for. But both movies do feel like he's trying to aim for some awards.
Yeah.
I see.
I'm just gonna let's do it back to back since Cody started this trend. I didn't see these back to back, but since they were released so close together, we might as well. These two movies came out the winter I started film school. And to be honest, do you remember how Spielberg's buddy Bob Zemeckis experimented with mocap with the Polar Express and Mars Needs Moms and A Christmas Carol?
Yeah.
Well, people complain, and I understand why they complain about how that tech looked unfinished even when it was released back then. It feels like Spielberg took the mo-capture tech from those productions and improved it considerably with Tintin. I thought it was
I gotta say, yeah, it looks pretty good.
I thought it was kind of funny how the villain in Tintin looked suspiciously like Steven Spielberg himself. He's this pointy guy with the nose.
He's got the beard and the glasses, yeah.
But the mentor character played by Andy Serkis looks a little reminiscent of Peter Jackson, who was the producer of the movie. So Jackson, like the director, one of the greatest directors of all time, collaborates with the director of Lord of the Rings. That actually sounds like a pretty good combination.
He's very good in his own right.
Yeah, I forgot Peter Jackson was involved with that.
Yeah.
Wow.
But anyways, so I like Tintin. I'm going to give it a 7. I liked it. It's got a whimsical adventure feel to it, which I really appreciate. And the visionary makes it look, like I said, it feels like an improvement of the mo-capture tech that Bob Zemeckis used for those other movies. And that tech turned out
100%.
that tech ran into a dead end because Bob Zemeckis thought that he was going to change the way movies are made. After Mars Needs Moms bombed, that production company that he established to make those types of movies closed forever. And since then, it's very risky that anyone tries to. If anyone wants to make a whole movie with mocap, it's usually very risky. So
it's too bad because I saw test footage for his remake of Yellow Submarine, and it didn't look half bad for the time.
Yeah,
but
anyway, so now
it's hard to make an assessment for 10 seconds of footage. So
now,
Warhorse, how do you like Warhorse?
I like it. Okay, it's probably like it had an amazing cast, like but it's interesting. A lot of people look surprised when I tell them this. Despite the fact that it's a war movie, it's not World War II. It's World War I. Because in World War II, horses were replaced by trucks and cars. But in the Great War, World War One, they horses were the primary methods of transportation for infantrymen, and that was one of the last like modern wars to actually use cavalry. So, I felt the bond between this boy and his horse, and that carried the movie. And I also have a soft spot for movies with horses in them. Like,
oh really?
I like there's this one movie that Robert Redford did called The Horse Whisperer, and I like that movie probably a lot more than many other people I talk to. The score for the Horse Whisperer by Thomas Newman is more memorable, but going back to Warhorse, I like it, and this is actually one of the recent John Williams Spielberg collaborations where I remembered the score. Like, the score for Warhorse is really good. So
yeah, it is really good. Sure.
I would give Tintin a 7 and Warhorse an 8. Pretty good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, for Tintin, I don't have too much more to add. I mean, look, still holds up pretty good to this day, actually, and I'm impressed. Andy Serkis's character is total blast. I love how he has, like, visions or something. He has, like, flashbacks that he's like involved with his own flashbacks because he could do that with animation. The action scenes are pretty good. One set piece if nothing else, just watch this one set piece where like they have to retrieve like 5 pieces of parchment, or I think no, it was 3 pieces of parchment, and Andy Serkis is trying to like blow them up with a bazooka. He accidentally destroys the dam behind him because he pointed it the wrong way, and it's one entire tracking shot. And it's in one entire set piece, and the camera follows everything they do. Now, naturally, it's a lot easier to do this with, like, mocap and, like, green screen, but, like, it still looks really well choreographed and planned out. And that was, like, the first time in a long while it's like, yeah, this feels like a Spielberg movie. I like it. Just that scene alone, if you just want to watch it on YouTube, that alone was worth the price of admission, and that alone gave it a 7 out of 10 for me. Warhorse, I don't remember anything about Warhorse. I remember there was a scene where the movie tried so hard for me to really feel. It's like, we gotta sow this soil. We gotta plow the soil. Come on, yay, we did it! And I'm like, all right, you did it. Good job.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything else about the movie. I barely remember the cast. I barely remember the music, and I just found it painfully dull. I'd probably give it like a 5. Pretty skippable.
Oh, shit.
Pretty skippable, in my opinion, but that's just me.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, well, that was a cool lightning round. What's next on this ever so long list?
2012, I feel like Lincoln.
Oh, yeah, Lincoln.
Okay. This movie is... Okay, now that I've
Lincoln.
seen both Lincoln and Amistad, this is Amistad again. Seriously. Lincoln is Amistad again.
Kind of.
You have a civil
it's a
rights
lot better,
issue.
though.
No, I would have to agree. That part, a lot of that is Daniel Day-Lewis's performance as Abe. Awesome. He looks and sounds like Abe. I mean, which is really cool.
Right. Yeah.
This is such a very funny comparison that I'll give right now, but I have some very controversial opinions about the recent film Joker, where I just feel like the movie is but Joaquin Phoenix is phenomenal. Yeah. And the exact same thing can be said about Lincoln. I just don't care about this movie's story. It feels like a made-for-TV historical channel film. But Daniel Day-Lewis is just like knocks it out of the park. Like he really transcends.
Cody, I'm gonna have to agree, not with the Joker comparison, but yes.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking dry movie. Really, really tedious at times. I often kind of I don't do this very often, but I tune out a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't often do that. I can usually at least kind of have something to keep me going with most movies, but this movie I tuned out at least 8 different occasions. The only time I laughed was like when The only time I laughed during Lincoln, sorry. There was one bit I liked where James Spader, he's trying to gather, like, a little bit more leaning towards Lincoln. He's trying to gather support, and one guy, like, spits at him. I think he kicks leaves at him or something. I forget.
The whole movie,
the only part I remember.
The whole movie is about.
It's just so.
The whole movie is about how Lincoln passed the Emancipation Proclamation.
Yeah, that is, in theory, that is a very good story, and it was an important part of American history. But yeah, it's very, 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 very political. It's very, very adult, and I feel like a Philistine. But I think acting-wise alone, I would probably give this an 8. But it's not a movie I ever have any interest in seeing again. Daniel Day-Lewis gives it like a full 2 points for me.
I would.
That's how good he is.
If I'm ever in a mood to watch something historical, I will check out Lincoln again. I will say that. But I give Lincoln, a 7. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say 6. Like I know I might sound generous, but yeah, it's just really the performance of the lead that trumps it up.
That's fair.
So, moving on, we've got Bridge of Spies, which didn't come out for another 3 years. I only liked one scene in this movie, and that was the end. Not the. No, seriously,
because it was over.
I liked it when it was over. No. The scene with Mark Rylance as the detained Russian spy on the side of the U.S., and then you have the detained U-2 pilot where they send them over the bridge that separates East Germany from West Germany, and Mark Rylance says when the terms of the spy exchange were a U-2 pilot gets shot down over Russia, and Mark Rylance plays a spy that gets abducted and treated horribly by the U.S. And the agreement is we'll exchange the two spies as long as to avoid World War III. And Mark Rylance is, despite the fact that he's treated horribly by his American captors, if I remember the movie correctly, he's very kind. He's like, I can wait, because the terms are like in terms of the suspense that builds up in this scene. They have to wait until the Russians deliver the U-2 pilot before they send the Russian guy back over, and then Mark Rylance is like, yeah, I can wait. He's just super patient about it.
I think this is a movie that definitely showcases Mark Rylance's talents as an actor. Like, he's incredibly...
Oh, yeah, by the way,
he's very taciturn throughout this entire movie.
Get used to collaborations with Mark Rylance and Spielberg for the...
Yeah, this movie definitely opened up the gates for Mark Rylance. Although I would say this is his best performance in a Spielberg movie, bar none. But
oh, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a good showcase for him. I'm glad he won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. I love every time... I love his catchphrase. Like, anytime Tom Hanks is like, do you feel worried? And he's just like, would it help? It's like, he just has such a perspective on all this. It's like he's been world weary. He knows he knows the game, and he doesn't care anymore. And Tom Hanks is pretty good in this, although it's not really the most memorable performance from him, really. The movie's just okay. I think it's good. It's a political thriller, and it works, but ultimately it's just okay. I don't know.
When I saw it in the theaters, I remember enjoying myself.
Yeah. But
as time went on, I was like, it's just like evaporating out of my memory.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's like gone. It's like, it's a weasel, it's a wazzle, it's a fairy dust.
Yeah, Fugazi, yeah. It's Fugazi, yeah, I think it's because the stakes don't feel all that high. It's like they have one simple goal. They get to that goal. They accomplish that goal. The end, more or less. Yeah, there's like,
that's every story ever written.
Not necessarily. There's some movies flip it on its head. I'm just saying, like, it's a very point A to point B kind of movie. It's a very comfortable movie for him, and if that's what he wants to do, more power to him. I just think it's all right. I'd give Bridge of Spies like a 7. It's not bad.
I agree, 7.
I agree, 7 as well.
Unanimous! Yay! I want to make like a sound effect like "Ba-ba!" or something like that when we do an Animus. Okay, oh God, what's next?
The next on our list is 2016, the BFG, the big.
Oh God,
that big fucking
the big
girlfriend.
fucking gun. I thought when I first heard they were making a movie called the BFG, I thought, is this a Doom movie?
Oh, I got a headache.
Big fucking girlfriend.
You made me laugh so hard, Cody, that I got a headache. Ugh.
That's I'm sorry. You're welcome.
It's okay. This movie is all in all just a massive headache, so it's appropriate.
This is a very boring fantasy, and the biggest problem with it is that a fantasy should not be boring.
It has no whimsy to it, and that's remarkable coming from Spielberg.
That's what really excited me about the trailer. I saw the trailer and I'm like, hey, some nice, good old throwback Spielbergian whimsical magic.
And I'm sorry,
when we saw it, we were so bored by it, and we were so just kind of caught off guard from how kind of unnecessarily cringy it was.
Oh yeah,
it's too bad because it's screenwritten by the same woman who did E.T.
Melissa Matheson.
Yeah, Melissa Matheson, her last screenplay. And you think a lot.
She passed away I think right before the
2 years later.
She passed away. Yeah.
I don't know, and it also sucks because this is a Roald Dahl adaptation. And when I was a kid, Roald Dahl was my favorite author. I read all of his books, even the biographies of him as a spy in World War II. But it's with this, it's BFG was one of my top 3 favorite books, and with this, it's unbelievably uninteresting. I didn't like the lead girl. I think Mark Rylance, his accent just didn't work for me at all. I had no idea what he was doing there. And it just had no flair to it. You know what? If they got the people behind Paddington, this could have been better. I don't know. I feel like they could have taken this.
Wow, I agree wholeheartedly with that. That's actually a really good comparison to bring up.
Yeah, because Paddington has that element. When I first saw the trailer of Paddington, I thought I was like, oh God, is this gonna be I don't know, Yogi Bear, Smurfs? Is this just gonna make me want to die? But it was so so artistically crafted, and I'm like, this is the most charming thing I've ever seen. Even the sequel was just as good. If the people, I don't remember who directed Paddington, unfortunately, but they know what they're doing with this kind of material. I think they would have managed it a lot better. But I don't want to dig on Spielberg, but I think this is actually my least favorite Spielberg movie.
I agree. It's my least favorite too.
Ooh.
It's
one of my least favorites. I give it a 4. It's one of my least favorites.
I gave it a 3. I don't think anything really worked. I mean, at least they tried, but I don't think anything worked. And I was very disappointed.
And it lost Disney a lot of money.
How does Spielberg lose Disney money? That doesn't compute. I'm sorry.
It won't be the last movie we talk about that loses money, but those were different circumstances. That's coming up.
Oh, yeah, fuck.
Okay, next up we have The Post. You want to know what I say about The Post? The exact same thing I said about Bridge of Spies. It's another political thriller. It's very fine. It's evaporatable, like Cody said it. I don't remember it very well. Every performance is just finely tuned to be as good as it can be to get Oscar buzz, and it's fading from my memory as I talk about it.
Can you just copy and paste the same audio that I said about Bridge of Spies and just dub it over Mr. Black kind of style?
It is actually remarkable how similar Bridge of Spies and The Post feel. It's almost it almost feels like someone copied their homework. And I don't want to accuse it of laziness. I don't want to say Spielberg didn't try, but it's just another story. If you want a story like this, just watch All the President's Men. It's a lot more of the same thing, but it tells the actual events.
Yes.
Deep Throat. And this one, it kind of just dances around the things that those two men did in that other movie. I don't know.
Woodward and Bernstein?
Not all that Woodward and Bernstein, yes, thank you. Evan, I think you would rather watch Dick than this.
I actually would.
Which is kind of sad.
Despite the fact that the cast was stacked
sad,
and amazing, Dick is more memorable than this movie. I'm so sorry, Steven Spielberg. I can't believe I'm saying that. I cannot believe Spielberg, in the 1 in a million chance that you're listening to this, I cannot believe that those words left my mouth.
Oh, man. Yeah,
you know what?
But, all in all, it's...
I said this on the Kevin Smith
fine.
podcast. This wouldn't be a directorial deep dive if there wasn't criticism. Because there has to be criticism.
But yeah, I know. And this isn't even, like, a terrible movie. I'd probably give it, like, maybe, like, a 6.5 or a 7. Like, it's just... If any other person made it, it'd be, like, pretty good on their resume. But with Spielberg, he's made so many classic films that the movies he makes that are just kind of okay or kind of fall in the line of generic kind of like, like Oscar film, then it kind of, it hurts a little bit more than it should. And that's
like I said it before, he became a smarter filmmaker, but his sort of sentimental touch and his kind of like, I guess he was always sort of unsure of himself as a filmmaker in his early days, and that's what kind of like made him so unique, actually.
Oh yeah.
But once he found some sort of consistent footing, I just feel like it kind of just became a little. He bland, but not his directing, just sort of the stories that he chooses and him not kind of elevating it a little bit more past, like, because he can bring things to life. Yeah. He's done that before.
There is a movie coming up that does address that, but if we're done talking about The Post, let's talk about something.
I give it a 7.
I give it a 7.
I'll give it a 7
as well.
Unanimous! Ta-da! Same with Bridge of Spies. See, literally, they are the exact same movie. Next up, we have a movie that we have talked about many, many, many times on this podcast. We did a whole episode on it, so I don't want to reiterate, but next up is Ready Player One.
Okay, now that I've talked about this movie...
Cody looks like he wants to die.
Okay, now that I've talked about all these movies in conjunction with Ready Player One, now that I understand like the chronology of his work, Ready Player One felt like a long awaited return to everything that makes Spielberg a great filmmaker, like the visionary look, the creative sci-fi premise, the dystopian future. I still really like Ready Player One. I know it got flat.
It's a bit of a break from the monotony. I get what you're trying to say.
As a movie on its own, it got flack for several reasons. For one thing, it was accused of pandering to misogynistic gamers. Thanks, Gamergate. And then it was accused of being, sexist and following the whole trope of like the male savior. Another thing that hurt it was the cinema enthusiasts really didn't like the on-the-nose references. And they just...
I think that's the main boat of contention with Ready Player One is the overabundance
don't actually do
of pop
justice
culture
to the media that they're referencing. And the one criticism I actually kind of understood, I watched a screenwriting channel break this down, and they said that to have the Iron Giant act as a tool of destruction in the final battle completely contradicts what the Iron Giant stands for as a character.
Right, I get that, but ultimately it is like, everyone takes these IPs, these characters, and they turn them into weapons and avatars, and they personify themselves into this pop culture. There's nuggets in Ready Player One that I actually really like. I like the idea of the Oasis. I like the concept of, the world's kind of turning to shit and everyone's just distracting themselves until something blows up.
Spielberg, he's a visionary guy, but Spielberg has a cynical outlook on the future, and this really shows in the dystopian future movies he makes, like AI, Minority Report, Ready Player One. Yeah.
Ultimately, I can't think of anyone else who could make this fucking movie other than Spielberg. If that makes sense.
Bob Zemeckis.
I know it's not like... I guess
Parsifal's car is literally the DeLorean in the first part of the movie.
Yeah, and they actually have a thing called a Zemeckis cube, which freezes
Yeah.
time and reverts it
Yeah.
back, which doesn't really make sense, but wink,
Yeah.
wink. Cody, do you want to unpack yourself for us and regale us?
Oh my god. I just okay, this might be just me not being in touch with like the virtual reality culture because I don't care about that VR world. I
Yeah,
respect people that do. I was kind of looking forward to seeing this movie, but I was also sort of going in with it with like cautiously optimistic because I was like the last fantasy movie that he kind of made wasn't really that good, so I kind of reserved my expectations a bit. And while I did sort of watch the movie and kind of enjoyed the kind of scavenger hunt puzzle, like kind of,
yeah, the quest,
it kind
yeah.
of functioned almost like a game within itself, which I guess was
Yeah.
intentional. I haven't read the book that it's based on, and I don't know if it did. Like, I mean, I guess for you guys, you've read it. You say it does a
Yeah,
fairly
I've
good
read it
job of
many
adapting
times.
it.
I would actually say it improves on some
I
aspects of
would
the book,
agree.
which is interesting. Because
Okay,
Ernest Cline actually wrote the
but
screenplay as well. Yeah.
but this movie, even though it does it better than most recently, it's just another one of these like we're in this like nostalgia obsessed culture right now where I'm so exhausted. I don't care about getting off on something I like or recognize. I can go watch that. I don't need to see something new passing it off as being like, "Oh, look at us. It's a throwback to everything." Like, "Oh my god," like and I don't know. It was just sort of a visual clash to me. It was just a little bit too kinetic, and I don't think Spielberg. It felt like I think someone made this comparison. It might have been Red Letter Media that said
I
this,
think I
where
know where you're going,
like
yeah.
10% of like Jurassic Park was like CGI, and like the rest was like realistic, practical. Like just it felt like a real place, and like it was completely the inverse with Ready Player One. It felt like 10% was real and 90% was just all made in a computer. And like, did Spielberg have any say in that? Really? Like, did he? Was he really like part of all this? And I don't think so.
I agree. This is the most digital Spielberg
Well,
movie. I'm actually impressed by the lack of like green screen in most of his movies. Like you would often use like matte paintings back in the day, but that was it. It felt like organic.
Cody,
But with this movie, it's like yeah, they had no choice but to use
on your
CGI.
point of nostalgia obsessed culture, I want to have like a larger conversation with you away from this recording because we're already pushing 4 hours. But I like
Yeah,
if you listen to my recent Last Straw segment that I did last month where I just said shut up and enjoy the movie, like you're constantly asking me or and Lyle and anyone you talk to about movies, does the fact that something has a nostalgic element in it automatically make it good? Absolutely not. I agree, it does not automatically make it good, but the flip side to that is, does it automatically make it bad? And I don't think. But and lately, I feel like a lot of these critics that we go to for opinions, like Critical Drinker, Red Letter Media, and I don't. I'm sorry, I did not mean to compare Red Letter Media on the same level of pettiness as Cinema Sins, but the point is, like,
oh my
my
god.
point is, there are some instances where nostalgic visuals and nostalgic, homages are done right, i.e., Spider-Man: No Way Home, and then there's also instances where it's done really wrong, like the Jurassic World movies. So I'm willing to meet you kind of halfway, but at the same time, I don't think the fact that something is nostalgic automatically means it's bad just because it dares to be nostalgic. So let's have that civil debate again at a later date. But yeah, like no, that's what I wanted to say.
I think what I mean by like if you're going for nostalgia, it needs to have like a place and a time. Like I will agree with you. I'll throw in
Yeah.
my quick little 2 cents right now. I thought Spider-Man: No Way Home worked
Yeah. Oh, great.
beautifully. Like that movie knew how to tie in a lot of things and to create new scenarios with characters that we already know, and I thought it worked really well. But with Ready Player One, it just felt like they were just there for the sake of being there, and it was too much of
Okay,
them
that's
just
fair.
being there. That's all. I could just say that. But with Ready Player One, I will give it a 5. It's very middle of the road material for me, and I'm sad to say that this, as of right now, this recording is the last Spielberg film.
Same
that
for
I've
me.
seen.
I guess you're giving the orders now, Lyle. What's the last movie we're closing out the night?
Evan, what do you give Ready Player One though?
I'm going to give Ready Player One an 8.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I can see that. I remember I got you the book for your birthday, and you really enjoyed it.
I am slower than average.
You and I are very generous with Ready Player One. I've noticed that. I mean, we're pop culture junkies. It's up our alley. I understand that. I'm kind of on the fence of maybe kind of almost a 7.5, maybe a 7. I can watch it start to finish and have a good time. So. Yeah. I like Ready Player One enough, and I enjoyed the book, so what can I say? Okay, so I have the floor now.
Yes, Lyle, bring us some hope, because I wanted to see this.
Okay.
I wanted to see this movie.
Okay.
But the funny thing is, I didn't want to right away, just because I hadn't seen the original.
Yes, so our last one, well, my last one, I guess, I'm solo here, is West Side Story, the adaptation of the Broadway musical, as well as the 1961 edition, directed by Ray Wise, and Spielberg's first...
Robert Wise.
Robert Wise, not Ray Wise, sorry. And Spielberg's first musical.
His first musical?
I don't know. His very first... I mean, there's, some scenes in Temple of Doom, there's a musical moment, anything goes.
This guy has been making movies for 50 years, and it takes him this long to come up with a musical? Wow.
Yeah, I know. He's always kind of wanted to make one. He just didn't know if he could or not, and he didn't know if he should remake West Side Story. Evidently, it's one of his favorite movies, so I guess he really wanted to pay tribute to it. And,
did he become so obsessed with whether or not he could? Did he stop to think if he should?
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This is one of his best films.
Oh, cool!
Of recent memory.
Great.
This is one. I know we've been pretty blasé for the past half hour. This movie's immaculately done. So many good stuff here. The camera work is impeccable. The choreography, I mean, it's West Side Story. The choreography has to be precise, but it's so well done here. Oh my!
This is high praise from you, someone who doesn't like musicals.
I know. I typically do not enjoy musicals. I was kind of getting cold feet. I was getting cold feet for two different reasons. First of all, I don't typically go out of my way to see a musical, especially in theaters. And second of all, it's Romeo and Juliet in New York, and it's I already know how it ends, because while I haven't seen the 60s version, I did see the play at Stratford when I was younger, so I did get a taste of West Side Story. I knew how it ended and how it went, and despite everything, this was excellent. I love the girl that got to play Maria, Rachel Ziegler. She's got skills. She's gonna go places. I know it. I also really liked, I don't know her name off the top of my head. Give me a second here. The new girl that got to play Anita, Ariana DeBose. She's incredibly good too. She was my favorite performance in the film. And speaking of which, they actually brought back the original Anita from the 60s, Rita Moreno, who won an Academy Award for her performance in that film. And, she's so much fun. I could watch her all day. She's an incredibly talented lady. There's a reason why she's an EGOT recipient. But the biggest complaint I hear about this movie is Ansel Elgort, and he's good. He's good. I think they could have gotten someone else, but I think he's good enough. And it's largely because he's kind of there's been allegations against him as well. So
what kind of allegations?
Him kind of being older and seeing a younger girl.
Oh.
That kind of thing. Just that kind of awkward, butterfly in your stomach kind of thing. He said it was consensual. 18? No, he was I don't know, I think she was 16. He was 20 or something, or a little bit older.
Because then If she was over 18, I'd be like, leave him the fuck alone. But that's a different story.
No. So yeah, there's that. That's like allegation. It's been kind of hot water for a while. Man, I can't wait to rewatch Baby Driver.
Oh,
oh man, but
starring him and Kevin Spacey.
Whoa, man, Jesus.
I mean, I'd rather watch that than Billionaires Boys Clubs. I don't want
Baby Driver ruined for me. I love that movie.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Baby Driver is kind of aged a bit for me now, thanks to all that.
So do you think certain aspects in the remake kind of improve off of the original?
Yes, absolutely. The way it's shot is masterful. It has a ton of brimming energy. There's not like a single pacing issue whatsoever. Like I did not feel length in this and at all. And I think the only nitpicks I have are like largely kind of just based off of the original story. Like the original story kind of had this one issue too. And I don't want to get into it because it's a spoiler. But the cast is great overall. Highly suggest you guys see this one when it comes out. Unfortunately, it did bomb. And that's because there's a virus. It's nothing to do with the actual film itself.
Yeah.
I mean, like so many movies.
There's been quite a few movies because of the pandemic that have bombed horribly with like $100 million budget. Like I actually just recently watched, like before this recording, the last
Ridley Scott.
Duel.
Yeah.
It's new Ridley Scott movie, which I thoroughly enjoyed. It was probably one of his best in years. Kind of what you just said about this is one of Spielberg's best in years.
Yeah.
That movie bombed horribly in the box office.
Yeah, I know.
And like we're in a day and age now where like these great cinematic alumni, these guys have been around for like 50 years and they're still making movies, and now they're making box office bombs.
Well, I mean,
that's
what the hell are you gonna do? Like a lot of these movies aren't targeted towards kids, like stuff like Spider-Man or even Dune. It's like stuff like big action.
I didn't care for Ridley Scott's like spiteful like attitude where it's like, oh, you millennials and your phones. It's like.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, a lot of these movies are, like, aimed at, like, an older audience. Like, older than that. Like, by the way, we're, like, film aficionados.
The older audience that...
We want to see it.
On that note, the
older people don't want to leave the house.
My point exactly, Lyle. Thank you.
They don't want to wear a mask for 2.5 hours. There's a fucking pandemic that is...
The older you are, the more vulnerable you are to it. Old people are not going to go to the theater.
It's an external circumstance that, unfortunately, a lot of movies are going to suffer in the next, like, these past few years, and even maybe a few years later from now. Sad to say.
That is a good point. Yeah, like the virus, it definitely. But I can't believe that, like, you know, like that big of a budget.
Well, let's just be great. Let's just be grateful that Dune made enough money to get a sequel. Maybe two, so that I'm grateful.
Yeah, but that's kind of like outside the box here. But like, God, I wish I saw this with Veronica. I really want to see this with her because she loves musicals. It would have been nice. Due time.
It'll be on Disney Plus in no time, and you guys can watch it.
Yeah. So when you were saying like Spielberg losing Disney bucks, it's like this one did too.
West Side Story was a Disney production.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was.
Well, Fox
subsidiary,
Searchlight,
which is owned by Disney. Right?
If it's Fox, it's Disney now. Okay, this is the world we live in. We gotta get used to it.
So, what would you rate it?
9. It's in my top 10.
Wow,
top 10 of Spielberg's work.
Wow. Okay, yeah, I can't wait to see this. You know what? If theaters, if they open in the next like month, 2 months, whatever, I'll probably check this out.
Yeah, this is.
And it gives me time to watch the original too.
This is the last movie I'm gonna see in theaters for a little while. Now everything's closed, so I'm glad I ended on a note. I'm glad you saw Licorice Pizza too. Okay. Actually,
Yes, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Paul Thomas Anderson is returning back to some of his early roots, but still kind of keeping it nice and fresh, and it's definitely his most accessible film.
Guys, it looked enjoyable, let's wrap our thoughts up.
We could talk about this all night, but let's give like our post-mortem
We
thoughts.
did. What are you talking about? We did talk about this all night.
Can I say one? But I know what you're about to say, Evan. Yeah, we should definitely give like our final like big thoughts on Spielberg. But I'll say one quick thing that I am very excited for this year. He is making a movie later on this year called The Fabelmans.
I'm curious for that.
It stars Michelle Williams, Seth Rogen, and Paul Dano.
Nice.
And it's his first co-written credit that he's had in a long time, and it's a semi-autobiographic. Oh my god, I cannot say that word.
Semi-autobiographical.
Semi-autobiographical. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Based on him growing up in his childhood, which I'm like, oh my god, could this possibly be his like swan song?
I
It
hope
could
so.
be. Yeah, he's not slowing down.
Holy shit!
He has not slowed down in
This-
ages. He is a machine.
The guy is
Because right now we're in sort of a. I think I mentioned this before. We're right now in this sort of period where like if Scorsese says I'm hanging it up and he ends off with The Irishman, so be it. If Tarantino says I'm hanging it up after Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, so be it. You ended
he's
off
got
on
another.
a
He's
fantastic
got
note.
another one in him. He's gonna do at least.
Oh,
one
for
more.
sure to make 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm looking forward to the Fabelmans actually.
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be weird not having Spielberg direct after a while.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still got vigor. He's in his 70s and he's still making like really, really strong movies.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that many duds in his filmography,
really doesn't.
all things considering.
He was born
He was.
to make movies.
Yeah.
He was born to make movies. There's no
Okay.
doubt about it.
The way I see, yeah, you guys can all have a note. I do have one note I would like to say.
Sure.
Okay, sure. It's kind of on me on the topic of calling him my favorite director. And to me, like, whenever I see a filmmaker say Spielberg's my favorite filmmaker, I equate that to saying my favorite rock band is the Beatles. Perfectly justifiable choice, perfectly strong choice, and they're both, like, masters of their craft. But me personally, I prefer more idiosyncratic people. I prefer eccentricity. I prefer people who are more outside the box. I think Spielberg is an incredibly, like, he's a wizard. He's, like, technically masterful. He always knows what he's doing. I never get the sense that he's unconfident in what he does. But, yeah, I don't know. It's like, I find, like, sometimes he makes stuff that's kind of, like, general for audiences and stuff. But when he makes, like, really great stuff, like, it shows.
Yeah.
And he's like one of the, like, I get waxed on and on about it, everyone does, but like I understand why he's one of the greats, and I appreciate that. But I don't know, like he's definitely interesting. It was interesting watching every single one of his movies over the course of a year and seeing which ones really stand the test of time. Yeah, that's my comparative notes.
Okay. So I'll keep this succinct. I'm glad. So I was gonna bring up that point about the saying Spielberg's your favorite director is like saying your favorite rock band's Beatles. Perfectly good choice, but you know there's a whole other plethora of and a whole other world of art out there that you could. This is
That's kind of my
ultimately.
point, yeah.
Do you know one thing? I think I don't know if I've said this on the show before or to you guys, but I generally have an irritation with grading things and comparing things and categorizing things because according to my Letterboxd account, I have seen just shy of 1,200 movies in my whole life. And compare that to both of you, each of you have seen 2,000 movies or more. And I used to think that meant, okay, I'm this guy who wants to be a filmmaker. Well, I am a filmmaker. And it's like, when I compare myself to you guys, it's like, oh, well, I guess I need to catch the fuck up. But then again, comparison is the thief of joy. So where am I going with this? So
That's a good quote.
Lyle, it was you who asked me who my favorite director was. And I said Steven Spielberg because I couldn't think of any other filmmaker whose work appealed to me the most at the time. And to be honest, of all the movies I've seen, I noticed that a lot of people who are filmmakers or film enthusiasts are very good at categorizing their favorites by director or by producer. For me, I'm actually not big on categorize. I don't really categorize films. There are genres that I lean closer to, and there are genres that I am more likely to enjoy than some. But I don't categorize the movies I watch based on directors. I categorize them based on anything that stands out to me, anything that resonates with me. That's why, like, something directed by Wes Craven, like A Nightmare on Elm Street, can resonate with me and leave an impact on me, and something directed by, Tom Green, like Freddy Got Fingered, like that can resonate with me in its own way. Like,
man.
I don't. The truth is,
welcome to So Speak.
I don't claim to have a favorite director, but now that I've watched all of the vast majority of Spielberg's work, and I have now got the chance to talk about it in one sitting, I think I know why he feels like more like my favorite. Because just like how I don't, as a filmmaker, and as someone who just loves movies, I don't categorize them by like my favorite genre or director. I categorize them based on whatever feels right for me. When I look at how eclectic Spielberg's directing track is, like, the guy can make a movie about anything. Like, he has dabbled in just about every genre you can imagine in his, like, 50-year career. The guy's been making 60-year career. The guy's been making movies since he was a child, and he's 75 now. So, it kind of, like, the fact that I've gotten to finally examine Spielberg's work and now understand it, like, and how eclectic it is kind of why he's my favorite filmmaker, and why I stand by calling him my favorite filmmaker, because
and you know what, Evan? There's nothing wrong with that.
Thank you.
He has that reputation for a perfectly good reason. I would not besmirch anyone for saying they love Spielberg,
but
that's entirely justifiable.
I would say, though, if you want, yes, he makes generic movies, and he plays it safe. But when he makes something out of the box, man, is it out of the box, and you have to give him credit for that. So that's great. So I feel like his eclectic taste in how a movie should be made resonates with my eclectic view on how to process a movie emotionally. Because no matter what a movie does, good or bad, at the end of the day, it is an emotional experience, and many of the most memorable emotional experiences I've had watching movies come from Steven Spielberg's work, like Jurassic Park, E.T., Raiders of the Lost Ark. Those movies will stay with me forever, along with a plethora of, and to say that, and in the grand scheme of things, like I've seen, like I said, according to Letterboxd, I've seen just under 1,200 movies. Spielberg's work accounts for less than 1%, less than 1% of that. Like, I'm not good with the math, but you get the idea. His work accounts for a small fraction of the movies I've seen, but something about his work just keeps me coming back, and he's cool, and I'll always look forward to whatever he does next. And he inspires me to explore more genres. Oddly enough, like, as much as I'll call my favorite, maybe I'm about to turn as of this recording, I'm 30 years old. So maybe in the next third of my life, I will branch out and call another filmmaker my favorite, like 2 or even 5 years from now. But for now, in my youth, Spielberg left the biggest impact on me because of how eclectic he is. That's all I have to say.
That's very
cool.
good. Awesome. It's a good note.
Yeah. That's very nice.
Yeah.
Well
that's awesome.
So great.
Jody, do you have any final thoughts?
For me, yeah. Yes, like I mentioned before, like, E.T. was like the first movie that I ever watched in his filmography, and funny enough, past this VHS that I had, past the credits was like a little 10-15 minute little like kind of making of E.T., and I just remember like the announcement guy going, in 1975 he directed Jaws, in 1978 he directed Close Encounters of the Third Kind, in 1981 he directed Raiders of the Lost Ark, and now Steven Spielberg presents his masterpiece, E.T. the Extra Terrestrial, and it just cuts to him, the very first time I've ever seen Spielberg and also a film director ever in my life, just going off with his hands out, all this enthusiasm about like him making this movie and like talking about the themes, and I'm like, wow, that's a film director. And
yeah,
he's just always been there. He's been somebody who like I've just kind of wanted to follow him a little bit. Like what is a film director? What is their job? Well, they're in charge of like how you visually represent your film. They're in charge of like the actors. They're in charge of bringing these things to life. And like kind of like what I kind of echo a little bit of what like Evan said, is that like, you know, you grow a little bit older and you start to find like other filmmakers. Like I have found other filmmakers that I'm not even going to compare or contrast to Spielberg, but like ones that I've definitely admired a little bit more as I get older and trying to develop my own style. But Spielberg has always been there as like this definitive filmmaker that just knows what he's doing. Like we wouldn't know what a push in on an actor or actress's face into a close-up is without that sort of Spielberg hallmark that has always been there. And if you've always said like, oh, I like to emulate the filmmaker that does, you know, kind of push-ins to like, you know, people's faces, well, that's because that filmmaker was also inspired by Steven Spielberg because he perfected that.
Yep.
Like we would not be here if it wasn't for that. The tracking shots, the kind of bringing the audience on like this emotional journey. And like I think his entertainment really transcends to art. Like there's definitely like there's a world of Kubrick and then there's a world of Spielberg, but Spielberg is sort of that filmmaker where his sort of entertainment transcends to a bit of a work of art where it's being brought to life. And ever since I think his enthusiasm and even his hand in so many things. I mean, we'd be here for another 4 hours if we'd talk about every little thing he's been involved with. You know,
production,
like I think
credits.
Producer,
like so many executive producer credits. Yeah, so many. It's insane how much he's been involved with just so many things we've seen before. Like he's changed the way we see films in the past 50 years, I would say, and I think it's always gonna like carry on out. And yeah, he's like one of my top 3 favorite filmmakers. I will always try to make it into the theater to see everything that he's ever made. And yeah, it's going to be tough when his time comes. I'll say that, actually.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's just an absolute inspiration to me. He comes off so humble. He comes off so enthusiastic.
He seems like the nicest guy to work with. I never hear complaints about him at all. Because some directors have pretty strong personalities. Some of them are kind of like old Hollywood, and they're kind of dicks. Like Spielberg, I don't know.
I get the sense that as much as Scorsese is talented, I sense that he's very old school, which is why his, you know, remarks about the Marvel movies got so much heat. Like,
I hear Scorsese's pretty well mannered, actually. Very well spoken.
Well, compared to a guy like James Cameron, I mean, innovator, but the guy is like a short fuse.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. Like Spielberg just always, throughout every single thing I've ever seen him in, he just strikes me as so nice. Maybe a little. Some of his views are a little antiquated, especially against streaming. But I mean, that's kind of like neither here nor there.
Can I make the perfect analogy? Sure. And I'll end off my thoughts on Spielberg.
Okay, sure.
Steven Spielberg, and even just the equivalent of doing a whole podcast with you for the past 4 hours, is like breaking down the entire series run of The Simpsons.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna have so much fun editing this. Maybe I should cut it into 2 parts. No, I don't know.
But like, think about it. Like, his great stuff is in the beginning. That's his golden age, and then it's like hit and miss in the middle, and then maybe not so good by the end, but some here and there. Like, you know, like that's comparable.
So you'd say that,
and it wouldn't be a So to Speak episode if we don't reference The Simpsons.
Let me end on another note. Cody, get me Steven Spielberg. I said, get me Steven Spielberg. And if he's unavailable, then get me his non-union Mexican equivalent.
Wait, guys, we forgot about a film that he directed. Austin Pussy.
What?
Oh, yeah. Austin Pussy, yeah. But I've had some thoughts. Yeah, well, you see this guy? Yeah, I think we're gonna keep that in. Just, Stephen, your work just lacks a little mojo, baby.
Go do some backflips, Spielberg.
Totally. No, Steven Spielberg could totally do backflips. Look at him.
Oh my god.
Totally not stunted.
So.
Well.
4 hours later.
Was this the longest episode we've ever done?
To our lovely audience, have a good night. I hope you stayed awake for this long. This was a lot of fun. I feel like I now truly understand the man's work in a way that I didn't before. So this has been a great discussion. Cody and Lyle, always a pleasure talking movies. We could go easily another 4 hours, but hey, what is sleep?
No, I gotta go to work tomorrow. What is sleep?
Yeah, okay.
As Austin Powers would say, I am spent.
Cool. Yes. Have a good night, guys. We'll see you next time.
Keep the dream alive, Steven.